Okay. It took a minute to get myself something to drink during this. I see I actually have somebody here. Hello, Lebowski. So, as probably noted from the title, today I'm doing the Riven finale. That's where I kind of left it. And following that, moves straight into Myst 3 Exile. I can tell you it's going to be a definite graphic difference because the version of Riven I've got is the redo from a year or so ago, and this obviously is much higher definition than the original Riven. Myst 3, on the other hand, if they did the first two and remastered the first two, I would really like to see them do the rest of it because it is such a graphical difference. You'll see it when it comes up. But it is the holiday week. I know it is Christmas Eve for many, or depending on your time zone, actually Christmas. Um, and if you don't celebrate, hey, you've got time off if you're in the United States, or actually not sure how that goes in Europe, but or South America. Frankly, I'm not quite sure how the rest of the world treats it. I can tell you there are some places where it's like it's not an official day off, but I just don't know where they are. But I hope you're all enjoying this time. And I am starting much earlier than I normally is because I myself am off. I'm gonna figure what better way to work my way through it than to get it going sooner. It's funny how sometimes I just don't notice things on my desk up until, sorry, change of topic. Like, how I don't notice things on my desk up until I'm sitting here talking, and then I look at it and go, I could have sworn that wasn't there earlier. I cleaned just the other day. Come on, where did all this go? Right, well, I know somebody's watching. I know they're listening. And it's not a matter of paranoia because I can see you on the Twitch viewer account. But if I'm not going to get much chatter right now, just move straight into Riven. Just gonna show up. Oh, I should push that button, right? Okay. Now, as a quick recap, um, we are here in Riven because the age itself is unstable. If you don't quite know what I'm talking about in terms of an age, this is of the Myst series. The original Myst game came back out in the 19 came out in like 1990s, and it showed this island that you just found through a book that how it landed in your possession isn't quite detailed in the game. You discover after moving through it, you discover Atris and his plight in Riven comes straight out of that, where he sends you into this age, this book, um, to describe what an age is I don't want to get too much into spoilers, but it essentially is a book, one in which it is written out like the existence of a world and how it works and the different things in there and um, within it, like materials and how the world is shaped. And then on that front page, there's a window that comes alive and shows you the world itself as time has passed. So it's not a static thing, it grows. It's a living, breathing thing. And how it is done and whatnot is probably better detailed in the three prequel novels that were written to dictate the story of how Myst came about. So we are in Riven to rescue Atrus' wife, who has been trapped in here for reasons that are actually better understood if you were to play the first game as to how she got in there. More of it's detailed than this, but I don't want to go too much into spoilers because I kind of actually want to give people an opportunity to go and either play the game, or if they feel they don't wish to play the game themselves, they go back and watch. I do have my VODs are still up on Twitch, and they have been recorded on YouTube as well. So people can go back and watch those to kind of to see some of the things going on. I didn't know I first run through on Myst. I did try to read out them. I realized that I may have missed a note on the ground as well as a sequence. And I know there was a book I didn't read, and there was definitely a follow up, a sequel age in there, a rhyme that I definitely did not go through. I got partway into it and realized what I was running into and felt like maybe this might be a better thing for people to discover on their own because it detailed some of the underlying backstory of Myst itself and Atrus's children. So, coming back here to Riven, we are rescuing Catherine, Atrus's wife. Um, we had a run in with Gen, Atrus's father, and he he fell for the trap that was laid before we even got in here. It's brought along. And you can see the sequence of events that led to that in my prior video. But for now, we are in the finale. We are here to get Catherine out and bring Gen in the prison. Now we just got to figure out, how do we leave? How do we escape Riven? Because there are no linking books back out of Riven. There's nothing to take us back to Atrus in Dunny. So how do we get out? How do we signal Atrus? What this is. And I have also been having actual written notes on this because while the game does supply a notebook, which allows you to take in-game screenshots and append notes to it, I kind of felt they did not do well enough in my case to be able to let me to, I don't know, just handwriting notes felt better in my case because I could also throw drawings and stuff like that with it. So, all right, so here we are, where I last left us in Gen's old laboratory. I need to go to the state to the prison aisle. Be able to get Catherine. So let's go that way. Right, that way. I'm going in wrong direction. No? No. Right. Sorry, brain back in gear. I was gonna remember what island this is. I have it written down. That one. need to go to Prison Island. There. Forward into the stars. Okay. Ooh. All right, come on, let me out. Shave my head on. Good lord. It's close. I have been to the temple. Yep. I'm on the wrong island. I took a wrong turn somewhere. Try that again. Which one is that? I wrote it down, but I may not have written it down very well. Let me in. This probably seems to take a little while to load. Hey, maybe you're in here. Hello. Can't quite see who is in there. All I know that somebody is. There it is. We could take a moment to wave hi, say something, just so I know you're all there, listening, watching, proving that my paranoia is real. Or is it? It's not paranoia. People are actually watching and listening, no, is it? Also, I do want some feedback on volume levels, if possible. There we go. That's the right. Amalia, thank you. I will take a look after, either after I stream or when I can catch a break. Do that, and I'll take a look. Let's see, what was the sequence? Let's see. Okay. Okay. All right. So, and I had this written down. Give me a second. CID. No, that's a screw up. Right. Try that again. Let's see. There we go.
have to move quickly. Gen's people may already know what's happening. Once we're back with the moiety, we'll have time to regroup. Can I see the book? You did it. You captured Gen. We're all free. But there's still his followers. I'm not sure what they'll do once they realize he's gone. I have to get the villagers to safety as soon as possible. And you go back to where you first arrived and reopen the fissure. I know it's risky, but it's the only way to signal Atris. I'll try to make it back there as soon as possible, but don't wait for me. Oh, and don't forget the combination in my journal. You'll need it.
So, in the... Thanks for leaving me behind. You could have brought me with you. I'll just pretend to be Catherine. Brooding, worrying about, worrying. The original here showed originally actually it's a bit of a different one. There was actually a cage in front, so you would take it, you would go up the elevator to it, you would see her, she would talk to you, and then you would go back down the elevator. And you needed the sequence to unlock the cage part. And then when she left, she would show the sequence reaching over and ripping the wires out so it couldn't lock. In this case, it just looks like it kind of just did it on its own, but she walked by. Like, that's one hell of a sleight of hand trick there. Eh? So now we go back to the Temple Island. Or maybe we would if I were to, you know, open the door. Let's see. There we go. The starry expanse, and says me. I need to go. Right here. You know, let me out. Let me out. I want out. The dome. Keep me in here. Someone's been moving this place around. That might have been me. Right. Okay. We're just going down here. Okay. Save. Right. Out of save slot. It's possible in a modern day, but I guess that's kind of just to keep things from getting out of hand. Okay. I need to pull out her journal. It has the code. There we go. Menu. If I look at this one, the combination, so I know that. Write this down in the notebook I've got here. I don't have to pull this out to refer to, because I'm also going to write numbers above so I can translate it into the Dunny counting formula. Okay. Let's look at the row. All right, just dealing with some quick text messages. Alright. So now I need to translate this into the Dunny counting language. I know. Let's see. I'm not sure what the far left one is. Beginning of the sequence, but I know the second one is a number 1. That translates just to the 3 lines. The second one, I believe, that is number 6, which is a plus sign. The Dunny counting. Followed by the next one, which is a symbol. And then a-like symbol. Dunny. Let's see. So, fourth one I know is an 8. So that's 2. Okay, the vertical line in the middle. So the next symbol, okay, is a 4. I know is a pair of lines with that sort of weird, sort of like a rectangle shape in the middle. Maybe it might help if I gave you all some visual references. I know there's a notebook feature. And this is where we start looking at the Dunny accounting section. So this is kind of what we started out with originally and sort of worked our way out of this segment of counting. So this one I know is an 8. So this is kind of where I sort of know where some of the translation is and kind of have to infer what the other ones are. And some of it's going to be through some trial and error. So back into notebook, translating this way. Not sure what this first one is, but I know this one is a. This one is a 6. This one is 3. This one's 8. This one is a 4. This one and these two are 4. So let's write that down. This one here is a 2. And that looks like the East D kind of like symbol inside the thing. This one is 5. So that's just a line, a vertical, or a horizontal line in the middle of the box. This last one is another 4 again. So another thing I'm not quite sure on is that far left. 2 triangles on the right, upper right. So I think that it may be 9 if I follow the patterns. So I know this is an 8. And I know that this is a 1. So when the moiety rotate there, it's the start with the triangle on the top right. They go 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 1, 2, and 3. They continue. So the next one, 4, adds a triangle, starts it again at the top right, and then adds one below. Okay. And again, it kind of rotates around. So there's no bottom right or bottom left. There is a top right, top left in the order. As an example, this one is a 5. This one is a 4, so a 6 is this number there. So if we continue with the inference, would mean, since they start doing doubles, that a 7 is 2 triangles on the upper right, and 8 is 2 triangles bottom, and therefore this 2 triangles on the top right left would be a 9. Okay, that down as a potential here. And a 9 is a combination in Dunny counting of a 4 and a 5 in particular. And they keep everything sort of contained in a box-like symbol. It's up here. Let's do it quick. Yes, I know, I already saved. I do this. I save like freaking crazy. Let's go. That's a 1. That's 10. So there's a 9. So now we're going to go down the list. So that one's supposed to be. That is a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3. This would actually be interesting because looking at now at how it frames its numbers, once you know what some of these numbers are, you could literally just fill in the blank as to the rest of it. So you don't have to continue to play the children's game that is meant to teach you counting while at the same time inferring the instilling a fear of again and fear of punishment that he has to do. Which, if you watch my last VOD, last stream on this, consists of feeding them face head first to the warg. Which seemed really disappointed when I was there flipping the light on and off and wondering why the hell I wasn't feeding him. But that's okay. Once we're done here, that work is going to have other problems to think about. Okay. So we're down to that symbol. To the next one, which is here, which is a symbol 8. And so now we're on to 4. 2, 5, and then a 4, right there. Okay. I'm keep the notebook out just in case anything else has to be written down. What does this do? Ooh, okay. I can just keep going. That looks like that's going to be too high, so we're just going to go down 1. Then goes as back as we can. No. rolling. far as it goes? That's a little... Huh. Looks like you can go further. Okay. Oh, okay, so it got stuck. Because it wasn't far enough up there. Okay. Back. Nope. And the cascade starts. Okay, I was not expecting that. That I was. The starfisher now starts to consume this place.
There isn't much time. Where's Catherine? Where's the book? I don't understand.
Atris!
And there they are, finally reunited. In many years. Then,
The villagers are safely in the Rebel Age. I thank you.
As do I. You've accomplished more than I could have hoped for. You've given me back my life. The path home is now clear for all of us.
oh, why didn't they shake this place?
This is where our paths must part. Perhaps we'll meet again someday.
That artifacting at the very bottom is bothering me.
You know where to find me. Goodbye, my friend.
The Age of Riven continues its spiral into self-destruction. Because Gen could barely write worth a damn.
Now I understand. Endings and beginnings are within the fissure. That riven cleft of stars that acts as both a wall and a bridge. And though I'm unable to understand how, the very flow of stars that brought my Myst book into worthy hands, I am sure served as a safe passage home for my friend. The Age of Riven has come to a close, but the people of Riven are free. And now I am at rest, understanding that in books and ages and life, the ending can never truly be written.
Now, there are some additional endings to Riven. some of which given you from the sequence of things is kind of as you surmise. Is that one? If by some miracle you happen to know the code before you're recovering it, recovering anything else. Actually, not by some miracle. So, first fail sequence or bad ending is just getting this, determining what the sequence code is to the fissure, and popping it open, causing the collapse. Second one is I believe it was. I'm trying to remember. I think it was freeing Catherine without having trapped again. But again, that one, in the original, you could do it because the puzzles were static, so they did have these sequences. I don't know if that's possible this time around, because in order to be able to get the code, release Catherine, you need access to Gen's current laboratory, his living space, because that's where the code's contained. I don't know if it's possible to access that part without trapping Gen. Wow. Some of these people are people who played the game originally and then now work at Cyan Worlds. Okay. So that is Riven. Now it's time for, I'd say it's not time for the follow-up, but I don't know, kind of what did people think? Really wants to think. Right. Well, okay. Change right over. You know, there may be some scouts. We're working with much older game engine here. So old, it was that this this copy has been obtained through good old games. In particular, I can't remember if I bought it or if I got it through the Kickstarter. Scratching head going. Been a few years. if they will actually tell me. Oh, no, wait. That's told me I last played this 7 years ago. So, no, I had. Alright, I gotta make a reminder to myself. I need to double check what happened to. May have only just been digital keys for the first game, and then like a full. 1 second. I know I have physical copies. Yeah. I shall have to investigate what I did with them. I know. Take some point to do it. Because if I don't, I'm gonna bug the ever-living hell out of me. And I think it was actually through. I think it actually did come in through Good Old Games. No, I did get a DVD version of all the game. Started going back and checking emails from way, way back. Kind of funny. It's like, oh my god, this was back in 2018. Where did the time go? Ah, that's right. It was through Good Old Games. And that might be what let me complete my collection. I think it was at the time all wait, let's Myst 3 Exile, Myst 4 Revelation, Myst 5 End of Ages, and I think the other one was, yes, it was Uru the Complete Chronicles, the attempt at an MMO that just did not work out. They eventually turned it into a single player experience that you could download and play. But it was designed around an MMO experience originally. I do gotta find out what the heck I did with those DVDs. I know they're around here. I thought I'd found it, but it turns out no, that was my physical copy of the original Riven. An anonymous gifter. Well, hello, Anonymous. Thank you for the gift of a sub. That is my first gift sub. Thank you. Why did you have to do it anonymously? I would have loved to have a name. But thank you. All right, enough of me, my brain reminiscing and going, where the hell did I put that? Let's start playing. Now, a couple of things. This is clearly at a set. I wonder if I can change the resolutions.
I realized as our group linked back to Dunny that we should not restore the city as we had planned. The once magnificent buildings lay in ruin, a testament to the hatred that had consumed them. Too many people had fallen victim to that hate, to the prejudice and greed from which it sprang. Gazing out across the cavern, I decided to write another age, one that would help the Dunny survivors begin again, free from the tragedies of their past. So with my wife, Catherine, supporting me, I put aside that past to write a future. More than a year has gone by since I finished writing Relishan. I have a new daughter, who I hope will someday link to the age with me. And as I imagine Yisha meeting the Dunny, those brave men and women who are building a new life for themselves, I realize I've been given another chance as well. A chance to learn from my mistakes and leave the past behind me once and for all.
Got a new page in my notebook. Take it there for Myst 3.
Breathtaking, isn't it? We call it Tamana. We moved here after Ages finished writing Relishan. He wanted us to have a new home too. I'm so glad to see you. I told Atris our paths would cross again. He was just going to grab something for your trip to Relishan, so he shouldn't be terribly long. Unless he decides to check over the whole house first, which means he could be hours resetting all his padlocks. But I know he was looking forward to introducing you to the Dunny, so he shouldn't be terribly long. Why don't you wait in his study?
Alright, so first things. One. This is the original motion style capture that was done for the first two games. Obviously in a very different style I believe at this moment, from what I saw, this is using, I think, the SCUMVV, SUMMVM. This is using a virtualizer, if I'm not mistaken. And this was the first experiment in the series with using a three-dimensional view, which meant that they actually built these rooms three-dimensionally to be able to.
I'm sorry, the other door.
Don't go that way. Private room. But it also meant that they could integrate three-dimensional movement in the series. So it was a first experiment. Ooh. Now there isn't really going to be. I don't think there's any. No, there's no. Yes, this is back under. So. Screenshot, so everything will have in fact be written down. Tamon, thank you for responding so quickly to my request for Nara padlocks. As you know, security in Tomana has become an important issue of late. So I'm overreacting, as Catherine suggests, but the idea that someone maybe have been sneaking into my study, reading all of my journals, disturbs me. After what happened to my Library on Myst, my own sons, Sinakana, so many of my books, come to realize how delicate the link is to my worlds. Never been able to repair those burns. Link to each age and find out if the inhabitants survive. Padlocks won't change this situation. It should ease my fear of trespassers considerably. Sincerely, Atris. I think yeah. Got some things here. Let's see. It's Catherine and their daughter. And a crystalline structure. Sarah Sinakanor. That keeps pictures of them. An interesting scene. Coming over a very large ship. Makes me wonder what kind of seas they were on that a ship like that would be stable. Explore. Going to an underground city. Ages. Setting up. Oh, look, it's a book. They're explorers. Okay, so they're exploring ages. I see. Okay.
Well, my friend, I see you found the Relishon book. Catherine tells me you've been here for some time. I'm sorry if I've kept you waiting. Since we'll be gone a few days, I needed to secure some of my things. And I also wanted to bring you this. It's a journal I kept while I was writing Relishon. I thought you might find it interesting to read about what I'd hoped to achieve, compared to what the age truly is. Well, just let me get my keys to unlock Relishon and we'll be off. Oh, and I'm interested in hearing what you've been up to in recent months.
We follow. So where did we land? Because the last time I touched this game was 7 years ago. we go. Damn it, it's locked. But he's having a... Is he pacing? Waiting. Okay, so I gotta find a bypass then. That approach is locked. Any way to get around? So there is a way there. No? Here? Okay, so now I'm seeing that one. I can't get to it. So maybe I go down this way to get to that. I mean, they clearly are supposed to look at each other. Let's see. Okay, green to blue. Alright, I wonder if this means something. I had to start writing shit down. So I've got the... Not sure what they are. Like reflectors? Okay. I know I've got a... Maybe it'd help if I spell. It should be purple, not purple. I've got purple. I've got green. I've got blue. I've got... Yep. Okay, so someone broke one. I've got yellow. And that one's aimed at a different one. Probably should. Let's see. Okay, so yellow is aimed at blue now. Let's see, what's this one do? Let's see, where's it? Okay, so I'm rotating something here. Let's see. Okay, so I'm aiming the sun. Okay. So that aims it. Oh. That is a different green is on the other side. That one's red. So does that open or unlock things? Let's see. Okay, so I do have a way around. Is that aimed right? Is the question. I can even figure out what aimed right is to begin with. It is not that. Okay. Okay, that looks like it just reflects it out. Okay, so this is going to go to green. So I've got yellow. I got to shorthand this. We've got yellow to blue to green. That coming from this direction. Got that going there. Still have no idea what it's going to do, but clearly it should do something. So I want to be on this side here, there. So I've got the reflective side. Right? Kind of. So I'm working backwards here. So there's another way in there. On the bottom? Coming up through over there. Wait, what? Where did it click? Okay, so I'm behind something. Okay, not. I know it's been a while, but I think I know exactly. That's blinding. Which sound I'm looking for, but I should verify first. This is one of those games that I know would definitely benefit from the same treatment that, actually, I think all of the following games would benefit from the treatment that Myst and Riven went through. This one should be a lot easier to do, just because it was already built this way. I just need to upscale, redo all the texture. Come on, blind me. Oh. I was just trying to deal with the thing of, am I clicking in the right direction to find the right thing, to go the right way, find the right puzzle, right answer? Okay. There's a way to get there. That's the kind of things I don't know. I don't know what I just did, but it's doing something. It is reflecting light around. How do I go back down in the river? This way? Okay. This way. So now we come back down to this. So I've reflected. No idea what that's aimed. Thanks. have no idea what's going on. Okay, so I have a symbol here. So, where are we going? Okay. Okay, let's see. Goes up. Want that to go down. This to go there. Okay. That looks like I guess that would have been in the way. Let's go back here because I want to catch this symbol. So I've got a nice circle followed by sort of posing bracketing on either side. Then oval in the middle, forming this kind of I want to figure out, this is clearly going somewhere. Am I aiming it in the wrong direction somewhere? This is kind of meant to go somewhere, obviously. Okay, so there's a... Alright, so there, it is linked up. So what is the pattern here? Started with yellow. Went to blue, went to green. And then I didn't write the rest down, did I? I was too visually caught up in it. What was that? Okay, yes, I know it. The Whistling Rock, okay. Good to have the subtitles on there, because then that means that people who are hard of hearing are at least going to be able to understand what I'm looking at. Okay, so I have the... Can I access that? It's above us. Someone's been living down here. Here we go. A journal. I've done it. I've used his swirling linking book to follow him. Touched my palm to its glowing panel and felt the tingling begin. There was a sudden sickening lurch inside my stomach, then I fell into the page. This has happened before. I know it. It happened the first time I came to this place. And I followed his murdering sons from Narayan. It happened when I used his hidden books. And it happened when I finally opened the machine, right before the fog first ate my mind. Murdering son. Serious and Akano. Consequences. unforeseen consequences. Fog didn't find me this time. When I opened my eyes, I was alone in a room, standing in the home of betrayers. I couldn't move. I was afraid. I thought they'd know that I'd come and would be waiting for me, just like they had waited inside this very tusk. I was afraid they would tie me up again, that the poisoned snakes would strike. The silence was unbroken. The whole house was still, and without really knowing what I did, I started to search every room, every floor, cabinet, found his journals. There's never-ending journals. I found the book that brought me back to this world, the lesson world he calls Janaman? Janaman. Or Tanaman? Is it a J or a T? Come on, right clear. Oh, Tamra, my love, how long have I been trapped here? How much of my life has been eaten by the fog? The face I see in the lagoon isn't one I ever remember wearing. It's so much older, so much more savage, but it is me, Saavedro. I remember what they did. They led my people to death. I have returned several times now to Tamana. I am searching for some sign of his sons. I was certain they would run back to their father. So much time has passed, so many years in which to forget. People. Is that what happened, Atris? Safe in your beautiful new home, enjoying life with your dear wife and family? Did you become so busy visioning new worlds that you forgot the ones you'd already crafted? I must be very careful. I must let him know that I am free. I will read what journals I can find to figure out where his two sons are hiding. And when I found the sons again, when I've got the whole family together, I'll bring them down. Atris and his family will suffer, though I have suffered for years. Ceres and Akan are not in Tamana. Every day I become more and more convinced that Atris' sons are not there. What happened to Atris? Did you grow tired of him, the way you tired of Naranyan? Did you abandon them? You abandoned my people behind your shield. It does not matter. I still take revenge against their father, now that I'm no longer stuck on Janaman. I can avenge all the dead in my world. I've already reopened the other books, begun making changes in those worlds, using his own lessons against him. There's so much more work to be done, but eventually I will lure him into this task. I'll find some way to make him follow me here from Tamana. For now, I will concentrate on the Orbiter. It is not a natural part of this world. The material that creates it is not nothing I've ever seen. It reminds me, just a little, the shield. If it is the same material, it can't be damaged. But perhaps I could damage the other devices. No, cannot be true. Surely his journals deceive me. As he's brought them back. He said he's given his Dunni brethren new life. But how? How can one man have so much power? How can one man's writings reawaken a dead world? I don't know what this means. Now that it's sacred, Tamra, what can it mean? It doesn't change a thing. I can still continue as planned. I can still seek revenge for my people. I will make my enemies suffer. By the weaving Tamra, this changes everything. I found a way to reprogram his scanning device. It requires scavenging parts from another mechanism of the tusk, but I think the gears I leave can still be operated by hand. Okay, so I'm going to write this down. Let me double check something. Miss. Okay, this is just some of his notes there, but this sequence I want to have on hand. Given the number of things here, I wonder if I should have another page for my notebook for this. I'm going to start another page on this. I know, look at me, making notes. Okay, so I'm looking at a series of pulleys, of which there are 3 of them, and there's 3 markers. And this one looks to be below the 3rd, while the other 2 are at the 2nd one. So there's a gear here as well. Gear and some kind of spindle catch. It looks like some teeth that it's up against. So, got this, some sort of catch or something that leads to this. And then there is a gear. That just looks like a scribble on my end, don't mind me. Okay, now I've got an actual gear here, but it looks like here is aligned with an empty space. I can just give myself a kind of a general outline. I don't need to go into huge, like, recreating the whole drawing. Okay, so at least I know I can get a lineup. Continue. Ooh, there's another one there. I've got, looks like some arms coming off of this. So, triangular set. We've got what looks like kind of alignment thing here. And the top one looks like the threads is aligned outward, and same thing here, line outward, and on the bottom one the thread is kind of aligned inward. It is finished. All is ready for Ages' arrival. Tonight I will sleep among the ghosts, and tomorrow I will link it to Mana. When I link out, I will be carrying his book. The spirits of my people serve to guide me. Wasn't necessarily a guarantee I could do that in prior games, especially. Something. Must be his wife. It's a hammer. Generating electrical charge that's pulling. Okay, it's electromagnetism. Okay, so electrical charge across the plant causes it to pop up. Okay. So I'm gonna to order. Okay, so four. Okay. So four is obviously hit on something. So it's 4 wooden pieces. Or wooden balls is equal to 1 crystal. Well, I don't think you're telling fortunes very well with a wooden one, but I mean, you can certainly try. I think the only thing you're going to see in there is wood. Maybe a little cellulose. See if I can make it go up there and talk to the guy.
Atris? Is that you? Come to rescue your book so soon? Not yet, old friend. Not yet.
Was that a page or something? So I can't. What? Well, that's a little unfortunate. Okay, so we're playing games here. Probably should take a moment to read the book Ages wrote. How do I? How do I? How do I check the books down below? Dang it. That's interesting if I hit enter on them, but come on. Oh, there we go. Right click. Atris's journal. I've always feared this day would come. For years, Catherine and I have dreamed of restoring Dunny. We have dedicated our lives to the task, taking it upon ourselves to locate the citizens of Dunny and convince them to return to their ruined city and rebuild. Our dream has become the dream of so many now, and the progress we have made toward achieving it is something of which we can all stand proud. But I know now that it has been a mistake. The city of Dunny should not be restored. Stand forever in ruins, as both a symbol of our past mistakes and a memorial to all who lost their lives. As David's devastating events of recent months, or on Terrani and the death of Uta in particular, driven this truth home to me quite forcefully. We rebuild the city walls today by not giving approval to the very illness that destroyed our civilization in the first place. Are we not setting ourselves up to repeat that pattern again in future generations? I have put much thought into this tonight, found only one solution. If we, the men and women who survived the downfall of Dunny, are to thrive, we must break the pattern of hatred which has destroyed so many. Let's begin our civilization anew. We can only do that by write us a new age. I have spoken with Catherine about this. She agreed. I only hope the others will see it as well. Will these people never cease to amaze me? Thought they would object to the decision. After all, most of them linked back to Dunny specifically to see the city rebuilt. But when I told them why we should not restore it, their response was immediate and unanimous. Whereas yesterday they thought only of rebuilding, today they concentrate solely on salvage. They intend to take from their ruined city only that which is best. Everywhere I look, the enthusiasm for this new task is obvious. It heartens me, even as I face my own monumental contribution. I have written many ages in my lifetime, from my first timid attempts under the tyrannical tutelage of my father, My most recent accomplishment, Verone. Or is it Averone? Sure. I was gonna say Averone. No. Sorry, my brain's now stuck on linguistics going like, okay, is it typically Averone? Is it Averone? Aver Aver1? Given the language we're writing in here, I'm gonna say Aver. Never before has so much been riding on my skill. The age I'm about to write must be all I ever imagined and more. How am I going to achieve it? Catherine laughed this morning when she saw me drudging out my old notebook. Must have made quite the picture, sitting near the embers of a fire, surrounded by countless commentaries and journals. Some of them seemed more dust than paper, but the hours I spent sifting through them was worth it. Ideas for what this new age might be are tumbling around in my head. There are almost too many to catch a hold of. Obviously, I must choose some starting point as my anchor. Writing ages is a science, a precisely structured equation. Sorry, slightly. This is a little hard to say. A precisely structured equation of words. Every equation needs as its foundation an underlying concept around which the age can develop. In the past, I have written my books around whatever idea intrigued me most at the time. I wanted to discover how the age to which the book linked would manifest the results of that idea. Sometimes civilizations had arisen, sometimes they had not. But whether a society has come to exist on age or not, it is often in response to whatever concept the book I had written embodied. This time, my search for a concept must be weighed very carefully. I already have the civilization I wish to see develop. I know our history as a people and the paths we have followed to arrive here. Today, I must write a book which will link to an age that will allow us to continue on our way, growing ever stronger, one people. What underlying concept must this new age reflect that will best allow our civilization to thrive? Here I must think on this some more. It is taking me some time, but I have found my anchor. It came to me I was considering what I know about the survivors of Duni. What we have seen so much sorry. We have seen so much tragedy in our lives, from the destruction of the city to the suffering and loss of loved ones due to plague deprivation. Yet even in the midst of these adversities, my kinsmen and I have found the strength to keep going. We have tapped into our individual strengths, transformed ourselves into something much stronger. It is a characteristic I have seen in several of my ages whenever I focus my writing on the inherent energy sources in the world. Long ago, grandmother taught me that no life, no possibility for life in an age exists without the presence of energy. Tapping into its latent energy sources, an age moves out of stasis. It grows, transforms, and develops. Energy is the underlying fuel that powers all activity. Put it more simply, energy powers future motion. And that is in bold. I probably should write that one down for reference. I think that's going to get referred somewhere. That's it. Now, I'll put this segment down here. Let's see. Energy, future, motion. Yet, as grandmother also liked to remind me, energy in an age takes on diverse forms. Each one has its strengths and weaknesses of its own. How many forms will this new age contain? Which type will it be its dominant theme? Tomorrow, I will link back to Myst and from there revisit several of my ages. Perhaps in my old world, I will rediscover new ideas. I'm going to pause for a moment here because, one, I should just drink just a little bit. Two, I probably should update Twitch. So, should be Myst. Maybe not the caps lock. Where are we? Here we go. Myst 3, Exile. There we go. Sorry, I forgot to change the game. Okay. I had almost forgotten how painful it is to revisit. In the 10 years since my sons, Cyrus and Achenar, left me trapped on Kavir Island, burned so many of my books, Catherine and I have rarely linked back. I told myself we were always too busy, first with writing ages like Averone, and then with searching the ages of Duni for survivors. I always said we should spend more time on Myst eventually. Truth is, I have been avoiding. Seeing the island in its current condition invites such anger, grief. I am immediately reminded of the betrayal of my sons as well as the cruelty and greed with which they plundered my. I know I am partly responsible, Zach. Constantly wonder if there was something I could have done to reach out to the boys before. Enough. Nothing can change the tragedies of them. Like my Dundee kinsman, much salvage what is best, move on. Perhaps in the process, I will find forgiveness and hope. Once again, I'm back on Myst Island, having completed a lengthy sojourn through several of my ages. The trip itself was not as inspiring, I hope. The Selenitic age was especially disturbing, but has it not always been so? The very first time I linked to the age, its uninhabited landscape was shaking with tremors. The time I felt this was because the energy in the age was unfocused, as if it were at war with itself. Stability finally came, but even after it did, I never truly felt comfortable there. I missed the more natural balance of ages like Channel. Perhaps that is the lesson to take home with me. The Dunny, too, have faced much turmoil in their history. Their lives have been unsettled enough. Perhaps I should be striving to offset the energy that already exists within our civilization, or providing it with a more stabilized environment in which to grow. An environment in which the natural equilibrium of the world serves as a counterpoint to the upheavals of civilization. The more I consider it, the more I wonder if I should make nature the foundation of this new age. Worlds like Channel would attain equilibrium quite easily, primarily because of one reason. Nature encourages mutual dependence. That was in bold, and I should write that down. Sure. Encourages mutual dependence. As one life withers and dies, it provides nourishment that another might live. Plants become food for other animals, and the waste products animals cannot absorb become nutrients to sustain the other plants. So long as nothing intrudes to upset this balance, nature can maintain itself indefinitely. An interesting metaphor to set an example for my people. I think I will confer with Catherine on this subject. Her ages always exhibit symbiosis more dramatically than perhaps she should help me write this new. I am so tired. I barely think right now. But I will force myself to stay focused, for I have not written anything in days. The moment I linked back to Doni, I was besieged with requests for my assistance. Master Talman wanted to consult over which stonecutters were worth salvaging. And did I think the rock in this new age would be difficult to sound? Oma and Assel needed my opinion about a new history they uncovered. Would they hold off on starting its translation, or would paper supplies be scarce in this new age? There were so many questions needing answers, I barely had time to see Catherine. She, of course, laughed at my dilemma, saying I had no one to blame but myself. After all, I was the one who encouraged the Dunny to start over. Naturally, they would look to me to keep moving in the right direction, unless some other force stepped in to change that view. The words made me realize a fundamental principle I had thus far been ignoring. All this time I have been debating whether to make energy or nature the underlying framework for this age. There is another equation to consider. An age based solely on the future motion of energy will face constant upheavals, most likely at the cost of tranquility. An age based solely on the mutual dependence of nature can become so balanced over time it may cease to tolerate change. Yet to continue to grow as a people, Dunny's civilization needs both occasional hollow upheavals followed by periods of balanced stability. I've seen such situations occur naturally on several of my ages. Each time it was because I centered the writing around some dynamic force that I decided to make prevalent in the age. Such forces allow the balance between forward motion and mutual dependence to fluctuate. As one concept takes precedence, the other recedes until another force surfaces to change things. As Catherine's insightful comment reminded me, dynamic forces spur change. That one's another forces spur change. I am too tired to think more on this tonight. Hopefully in the morning my thoughts will coalesce. Catherine surprised me today. Apparently, while I was off visiting my ages, she linked to Myst by herself. She did not say so, but I could tell that her visit had been painful. More than ever now, I am convinced we must find a place to begin again ourselves. Perhaps when I have written this new age for the Dunny, I will put some thought into where Catherine and I went. I cannot believe I did not see it before. All this time I have been struggling to describe the perfect age for the Dunny. I have considered and rejected several underlying concepts which I felt might best set the course for the future, as if I alone should determine how Dunny civilization will grow. In my own way, I have become as egotistical as my father. In truth, I owe this realization to Catherine. Sensing my indecision about the new age, she led me on a walk around Dunny. Salvaging efforts were well underway, with teams of people scouring the ruined harbor district. As I watched my Dundee kinsmen deciding which parts of their culture to retain, I realized they do not need me to determine their future. They're quite capable of setting its course by themselves, regardless of what age I write. This realization has opened my eyes to the best way of approaching my task. I no longer need to worry about which underlying concept, energy, nature, or dynamic forces I should make prevalent in the age. Rather, I must strive to include them all. I must write a balance of systems into the descriptive book, enough so that the Dunny people will constantly be challenged to attain their ultimate potential. Grandmother often pointed out to me when she spoke about Ages of Myst. Balanced systems stimulate civilization. That one's another one. I should spell correctly, huh? Balanced systems stimulate. At last, I feel I'm ready to begin writing this age. Indeed, I am eager to begin, and I've already come up with the perfect name. No grandmother would have loved it. Of course, Catherine could tell the moment I turned to her that I had finally found my starting point. I babbled on excitedly for some time before I realized the smile. When I saw it enough to grow suspicious, she handed me one of my oldest age books. She must have picked it up when she linked back to Myst. Seen the name Jananan. Ooh, okay. So the other guy, it looked like it was M's, but it's N, so. Jananan, emblazoned on the book cover. I only shake my head. The one age I never got around to revisiting was the one that might have helped me the most. How foolish was I to have completely forgotten it? To think I think after I finish this work, I should make one final trip, if only to help restore an old fool's memories. And that would have been an interesting trip, because he would have run into this guy. So now we've got two perspectives. We have Atris, who, in retrospect, has been long ignoring this age, forgotten entirely about it, which, considering his vast library, that he has in fact been the sound of the noises causes those to expand. Okay. Man has written so many ages, he can't seem... He's forgetting. So now I've got this one. Which one? Let's see which one this is. Can I go up and over? No. Okay, so it's going to be hard for me to see it. I wonder if maybe the... Okay. So I've got multiple ages in here. And it seems like... How do I... Let me check something. Because I wonder if maybe I missed... Oh. If I missed something on... I'm able to access the lever. So where does that... Oh. So now we know the drawing's coming from the journal. Okay. We know there was 3 placements for those. Okay. Okay. And then okay, so we want the threaded part on the outside of at least 2 of those. Like he has, in fact, been scavenging this mechanism. And yeah, I know there's a partner in the bottom right where it didn't quite release the render. Yeah, it's that right. I see it. I can't help but point it out. There we go. When he was here, he put something on the projector? Page of some kind. Red, indigo, green. It's a blue, but it's like a purplish blue.
My sons, I promise to teach you the secrets of my ages. This world is the first step on your journey. Search the island, and you'll find 3 linking books. Each connects to an age in which you must fulfill.
Hello, Atris. Been a long time. Sorry I'm not there to greet you in person, but I just didn't think it would be wise, considering how long I've been stuck here. trapped in these lesson ages by two very greedy little boys.
We're well
Your
aware.
sons, Atris, Cirrus, and Achenar. Of course, they're not so little anymore, not so innocent. I thought a lot about innocence these last few years and what happens when it gets lost. Worried about relation? I have it. Worried about friends, relatives, people you can't get back. I know just how you feel. But if you want to do something about it, you're going to have to open this device. And there's just one problem. I've changed the 3 symbols that do that. So if you want to reclaim relation, you're going to have to take your own class. Find the 3 symbols, Atris. And don't keep me waiting forever.
I have no intention of doing so. Because this is going to be a long stream. So weird. Is it this one? Oh, really must be. Let's zoom in a little bit. Zoom in a bit more. Zoom in a little bit more. Come on. Let's get a matchup. No. That looks so weird. Okay, focus, focus. Can I just drag this thing directly? Come on. Fit. Yes, what is it supposed to come on? Is it not focused right? Older game styles. Going super blurry. So out of, oh, is it going to be able to swing all the way back? So out of focus, you could see, come back into it. What exactly does this puzzle do? Zoom in all the way, right? Zoom out just a little bit at a time. I'm supposed to overlap. Nope, that's... Okay, I have no idea if this is doing what it's supposed to. Let's try a different one. Okay. Zoom in. Zoom. Enhance. Focus. Okay. Enhance. Enhance. A little bit. In a little bit. Oh man, this is like really like, come on guys. You don't have to be that anal about matching up exactly. I am probably going to discover the secrets to that one at some point. Probably buried in the age. That's a little annoying. Yeah, my explorations in strange places. I kind of just started on this one a little bit ago. Yeah, it's kind of in the... I should have taken that right turn at Albuquerque. Next time, don't go in the Library of Myst. That kind of thing. And yes, that is a Tunes reference. Poor Bugs Bunny always getting lost at Albuquerque. Yeah, there's probably some kind of sequence there to those. Oh, Parker, I'd say is at this moment, I'm kind of like, just got the message from this guy who's stolen the age and the age of Relishan, and I have to go through 3 different other ages to find a symbol, to put together the symbol, so that I can go and get to him. But he keeps addressing his stuff to Atris, and Atris was not able to make it. The main villain here is going to be sorely disappointed. No, it's an actual town. And it was always funny because he was always getting lost around Albuquerque. Why? I don't know. And there's probably a map joke in there somewhere that most of us aren't going to get, because when was the last time we pulled out a paper map? I know for me it was when I was a kid. Maybe early teenager? Like really, really early teenager? I'd actually be a little curious about how, what the maps look like out there. Oh. So I do need that sequence. Okay, back into the tower I go. It doesn't light up or do anything funny. It tells me what the sequence is for unlocking that particular part of that puzzle. Well, for everyone watching, note to self, playing Myst. You know, that is very possible that, you know, the roads around them got confusing. Alright, a note to self. Information in Myst given is never superfluous. There's always something there. I have to go write this stuff down. Okay. Let's start here side. So I guess I'm gonna have a couple of pages for these ages here. So okay, 3 Exile. Funny, actually, just coming off of Riven, that the Myst 3, the Roman numeral for 3 comes across in the Dunny numerology as 1. Oh, there's got to be some irony there. All right, so we have in this circle, starting at the top. Start with cardinal directions, then fill in midpoints. I have 4 tracks. Oh yeah, pen and paper. I actually broke out a notebook for Riven just because the remake has a notebook system in it, but it screenshots allow you to type in notes. But that doesn't necessarily work when you kind of go, what does this Dunny symbol mean in terms of numbers, and then convert the Moiety numerology system into it, and then write down which island is which. It's great to have for like visual representation, but sometimes just, yeah, pen and paper. Oh man. So I've got 4 tracks. I've got inner, mid, outer mid, and late track. So I've got 1 outside here. My secondary track. I'm actually going to number this track 4. This is track 3. 2. And that one right in the middle, that's track 1. This is on. This is the one? Yeah. I'm just going to call this the Leaf Age for the moment until I get an actual name. Oh, the notes for you and me, huh? The only difference I will tell you is for the remake of Myst and the remake of Riven. I know in the remake of the remake of the first Myst game, which was done a few years ago, which is redone into like a first-person movement perspective rather than the screen change. You know, click on the left side, go to the left, click on the right, go to the right kind of thing, and forward and back. They have an option in there for randomizing the puzzle answers. So, and you can do that so you can't look up and see what the answers are. Now you have something fresh to run through. And they did add a couple of things into the remaster, including a final age that you can access after you have beaten the game. I'll leave you to discover that one. It's called Rhyme, but you'll have to find it in the game. It's definitely kind of a sad one to go through. I don't know if the remix thing is there for Riven. I would probably actually have to, as a really quick test, if I did boot the game up and do a fast test with my notes to see if maybe that keeps the same puzzle answers or not. If it doesn't, that would be excellent, because that means that my playthrough means that it won't give you the answers to what, the game is. You have to go and hunt them down. The other games, such as this, Myst 3, 4, and 5, I think those are all, the answers are just the answers. There's no randomization to it. I kind of loved if they would actually do the same treatment they did from 1 and 2 to 3, 4, and 5. So now I've got this one is 3. So this is, I'm just going to call this the Bird Age until I get a better answer on what it is. Now again, cardinal directions here. Really? I never played. I may have played Real Myst, but it was ages ago. Ho ho hee hee. The puns in these games you could make just by using words. It was a long time ago, so I may never actually play through Real Myst fully to get the final age of Rhyme. Oh yeah, and where they are, they're all functionally the same as always, but it was always in the remake, the puzzle answers themselves or can be randomized to be different. All right. Let's see. I've got one down here, and that's on track 2. Got one right here, that's on track. Another one right just next to it, that's on track 3. Final one right up there, that's on track 4. This one. 3. I have no idea what to call this age. It's like a cross hourglass, or I'm thinking mechanical. Oh yeah, a number of the puzzles relied on very, very different people. There was actually an achievement in the Riven remake of trying to do one of the old puzzle answers, do one of the puzzles in that game. But I had to find out which one that is. I would want to get it just for amusement's sake. It might be the Temple, the Golden Dome puzzle. So, let's see. So this one I've got track 4 in the top. The next one starting down counterclockwise is going to be here. Let's track. Now I've got track 2 down here, right out here in the middle. Let's track. Okay, so it's the Moiety puzzle. And I thought the usage of 6 was interesting because in lore, like, again talks about the Dunny symbol 5 being this sacred thing that just keeps popping up in 5s. Because you always keep seeing 5 everywhere. But then the Moiety start basing their stuff on like a base 3, base 6 system. Which I thought was an interesting contrast. But I'm coming off Riven, the remake of it, and I keep trying to, like, you know, go forward WASD kind of style. Ooh. Sun in the eyes. I know, it's kind of an in-universe rejection of everything that part of their rejection of everything that Gen stood for. We're at Bird A. Okay, so Bird has track 4 here. Track 3 right about here. Track 1 there. Track 2 right here. There we go. I just want to make sure I spelled that right. Okay. In we go. Roller coaster. Wouldn't that be an interesting amusement park? Is one based around Myst in its ages. Wait, really? Oh, that is right. Hold on. Look at that. No, I thought Presto was, I know Ubi's. Presto, is that a... That was like for the use for like the motion capture in movies. Well, I think they pretty firmly kind of put it, you know, given a finale, so to speak, to... Oh, nice. Way to tease me, guys. Hey, look, a telescope that shows you where the book is. Oh, okay. Well, given how Ubisoft has treated their studios, I think I'm not surprised that Presto is gone. Living stairwell. Hearing that. Yeah, and then they did the, I guess the attempt at in the MMO game, Uru, which then kind of had to be rebuilt for single player use because it just never really took off. Squishy thing. That puzzle at some point. And this is close to me. I didn't do. I know I played some of Uru, but I would definitely like to revisit it and go through it completely. Especially if it's kind of like a really a lore thing, because not everyone's going to sit down and go through several books to be able to understand kind of some of the background. Personally, I rather enjoy the prequel, you know, the books of Dun, you know, the Book of Atris, the Book of Dunny, the Book of Cap. I think it's the Book of Cap. What's this? Push it. No. Oh, okay, so that's a return. Okay, nope. Not over. Demonstrate what this plant does. Oh, okay. Heat it up. Water a plant. You're looking less dry there, sir. Moisturizer. Okay. Way down. Idana, the roller coaster. Like a Ferris wheel, only going up and down. Not the Ferris wheel, it's, what's the name of that thing that goes in circles? Oop, I'm all stuck. Not a Ferris wheel. I can't remember that amusement park ride at NIF. Now my brain's stuck on it. This is what I do to myself. Brain gets locked in and goes, hey, what about this? No, you asked the question. You must have an answer. Goes around in circles. Many times it has horses or something that go up and down, riding along. Ooh, more pages here. Desecrated the poem he placed in the columns. I could no longer stand to see Nerarian's artistry in his worlds. I think I can do something with sap to cover the second one, but I'm not sure what to do about the island. I don't know how to alter the current. Perhaps we might bring in some of the unusual floating stone for Amateria. Ooh, is that another name for that? Running that one down quick. Something about the molecular composition of the rock that causes it to attract and repel repel other stone quite forcefully. Maybe if I introduce some of it to the soil on the island, it will interfere just enough to damage the last poem. I have to conduct some experiments. Ah, okay, so it's... Okay, so it's an interim. Okay. Wait. So you're... Oh, hello. You must have come from up top then. The other thing about this game that just confuses. Very easy to get lost in this one. Okay. Wait, what? Where? That goes there. This goes... Okay, so I can't go there. This... Okay. I'm going this way. Can I go that way? Yep. Okay. How would I get over? Clearly something is going on here. Okay, so I can't pull on. Okay. Somebody to pull there. Guess going for a ride. Or not. This way. There's some kind of... How do I... So I can't? Looks like it's there. I should be able to do something with it. Go for a slide. I ain't going back up that way. Oh, okay. That's where it takes me. The question is... So I can't go that way across there. Wait, hold on a sec. Did I miss something there? It kind of looks like a trap. I should bait or... There's some lovely fruit right here. Other way. So I've got a rope I can pull. In order to catch something. It's probably, yep, it's one of those guys. Those things are adorable. But I need your sounds. You sound so goddamn cute. Now your sounds will break the bridge. If I'm standing here, where did you go? Huh. So catching it didn't do. So what if I scare it then? It's scaring it sent in the opposite direction. Now it's gone off to... I'm going to point out this is not the brightest creature. Go for a swing. Okay, let's see. One. Take that. Wrapped in here. Oh, that's right. I know an electrical current will force that open from the experiments in... What's his name? You only see it once. What's this? Cirrus and Achenar. Where are those supposed to be? People, books around him. I was wondering if maybe they were Catherine and Atris, but I guess maybe they were. There you are. How you are fitting in these vines, dear Lord. Let me see. What the? I know I just walked past something. You? Do anything? No. Okay. Let's see. Back up this way. So I want this to pull down. Looks like these roots are connected with that pitcher plant. Gotta figure out maybe some way to heat you up. Hopefully without frying the poor thing. Where is this little circle? No? Hold on.
What's the matter, Ages? Can't remember how things work? Yet you explained this class so well when we first spoke of it in Orion. I want Cirrus and Achenar to learn everything they can, Savitro. First from Amateria, Idana Voltaic, and finally from Narayan. When my boys come to see your people, I want them to see Narayan's traditions at work so they can see how civilization can balance an age. Do you know what they did when they finally came to us? You never came back. After class was over, you took your boys away, and you never came back. Cirrus and Achenar did.
Snow. Yep. Okay, that's probably got something to focus sunlight on. This is a moment where you read, Ages' journal, and he's, still dealing, even after all this time, with the grief of his sons. And now this comes back to revisit. Might let me go in that direction if it's not gonna. Something. Okay, something on that side. All right. It's like it's the mirror reflector I need to get the thing to let the water out. Wrong direction. Here we go. Okay, so there's one. Okay, so if I take this and just aim it there, or is it just something to look at? Okay. Let's get you out. Is it not focusing? Okay, so it's not strong enough to focus. The light. Or the heat needed to cause the plant to release the contents, but it should be. No. On circles. This place is built in circles. That's good enough. Give this plant sunlight. This way. Ah, okay. Here you are. Game of reflection. Aim this one. Let's see. Looks like that one aims here. So if I aim this one there, I can reflect into that. Let me go down this way. Huh. Where does this take me? Right, one-way trip, but this puts me... Oh, okay. Oh, it's an A. That's kind of cool. Okay, so that's a way back up, so it's not a one-way trip. Now I gotta figure out... I'm gonna figure out there's something else down there that needs to be done. Clearly they put me down there for something other than going down and then up. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Hello. Aren't you a big one? Okay, where am I now? Okay, so it carries a fruit inside. So, light releases that one. Okay. Spores drive butterflies. But they go to another one, which they're attracted to those. And that would mean they're going to the other one. Let's see. Wait, come back here. More pages. Final painting is almost done. It's been hard to work in the heat, but he must see everything that happened. As he follows the instructions I have left him, he will feel the pain I have suffered. If he doesn't, perhaps both of us die. Guess we've had missing. Where? Oh, I see. Okay. Here. Up. Let's see. Where? So I've got that there. Oh, I passed by that. So let's go up this direction. Where do you look at? Ah. I feel like I'm doing pieces of this in a different order. And that's just me solving puzzles as I run across them. I'm going to go almost done that. So I've gotten that kind of done. So I have to come back up here, though. I don't need to go back down just yet. I gotta figure out how. Wait a sec, I missed a page. Hello. Book sits in the floor of the tusk. It is swirling, panel-reaching, tentacle-like arms out to grab me. I want to close my eyes to shut out these false illusions, or they suck me to the fog. I do not want those swirling arms to touch me. Ah, why am I so afraid of his book? I want to remember. Must. I think this man may have come to our village. He was younger then. Dark-haired, tall, wearing those same strange flowing brown robes. He carried a book in his hand then, too. And he was always using it, always writing down notes. His eyes are covered by thick glasses, but his face is warm and friendly. He tells me his name. Says it's Atris. I remember now. His name is Atris. Atris says he comes to our village from a faraway place because he wanted to learn about the tree. He says he'll only stay a while, so want to stop our endless labors. He only wants to help if we will let him. Tamra, why did we let him? Keep writing, Saavedra. Write everything down. Atris stayed with us for months. Taught him how to trim the delicate lattice rooms, how to splice old and new growths together so the walls of our house will grow strong. I tell him the traditions of the weave. By using the spores to support the growing branches, we keep the lattice tree alive. He wants to learn everything I know. He wants Orion to survive. I take him to the rift, where the sea flows through gaps in the world. Steam flows up from the waterfall. The puffer spores are ready to take flight. We stand in the shadows of dusk and watch the spores begin to rise. He says you look like pearls against the sky. And he points to one of the spores. It's smaller than the rest, small enough to fit the niche we'd woven into the branches this morning. Its skin is milky white, just a faintest touch of pink. That one, Tris said. That should support your new daughter's room perfectly. I remember I nodded, and I raised my pipe and played. Andrew stood beside me, holding his breath as my song drew hollow spores in close. As soon as it was near, he threw the net, dragged it in. That's what I could remember. This is what I remember. This is why I said he could send me his son. These things piecemeal. Building a picture. Let's see. Now it's time to find my baby. I am on the wrong side. Let's see. Let's aim you there. Be free. Be free. There. There. Now I think I kind of know what the next step I'm supposed to take is. I think. I think I remember the thing bringing in fruit at the beginning. Probably means. Let's test quick. Yeah, it kind of does look like I'm doing things kind of out of order. If I were to go this way, now you're in where you're supposed to be. I think I remember that. This is one reason why this perspective here is confusing me. It's just because it's too easy to click through something and go, where am I going next? It's kind of actually amazing when you think about what they did with this. Before, we were looking at individually rendered pages with motion capture laid over it, three-dimensional movement, and things happening inside of a picture. Now what we have is a sequence of 3D rendered spaces. And if they had just linked them together, you could have had an actual walkthrough. Basically something similar to the first person look through. What we have is just a series here we go. This sequence again, just individually. They're beautifully rendered, individually rendered. Wrong direction. I want to try this. This does. I hidden it. Oh, I don't have the butterflies. Okay. Well, the butterflies are the secret. No, it's not like butterflies are coming back. Some spores of kind, which has attracted the attention of the bird thing. Now we're going for a ride. Myst 3, the ride. I swear they can make an amusement park out of all these games. Oh, okay. I don't have to write it down. Thank goodness. I think some of the game studio went, that might be just a little bit too much to expect you to have to write all of that down. Now we come back. Okay, so that, all right, I guess that makes it easier. Way not having to make your way out of the place and into it. Yeah, that's true. And until you hit the final piece of this puzzle, you don't know what the orientation and the position it's going to be. But at least they spare you that aspect of trying to go, okay, now it's time to play Tetris with this. Although there's still some aspect to it, if I recall. Okay. Down through here. Okay, let me think. Fastest way to the next one going to be through this way, actually. The next thing I gotta figure out is, what was the pattern here? Hold on, let me think. Going back, I gotta unlock the door. It's like, you know, Parker, is that if you have a puzzle that requires that the game has to record it for you to be able to frame it in the right position, is that really a good puzzle? Like, if it's in such a way that you have difficulty putting the answer together, then maybe the puzzle, you know, is too dependent upon something that was a weird sound effect. Let's see, I started writing this down. Let's see. I started with yellow, blue, green, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, I don't want to stare into the yellow, blue, green was there. Hold on, I do actually have to go back through that real fast. And if I go, well, actually I can also do this backwards. I know that's red. I know it ends in red. The next one is purple. The next one to that is yellow. It is, no, red in front of that, so that's green, red. So yellow, blue, green, red, yellow, purple, red. That's true, and that's probably the other part about this is that the fact that you can't return to it is kind of I don't know how to describe it. It's like one-way puzzle game design, if that makes sense. Like, you've gone through, you've done the puzzle, that's it. You know, you can't go back and revisit the space. Like in Myst and Riven, you can go back through and revisit all the places you have been in there. You know, it's like you're not locked out. But I think the one exception being Gen's new age that he wrote out for his new laboratory space. I think that's probably the only one that you can't go back and revisit in full, because the prison that pops up when you link into his age. But the rest of it you can go back through. In Myst, you could go back through and revisit all the different ages in there. And so this like kind of one-way puzzle thing is like, so you can't go back to it. Why? Well, I mean, because if you did, like, you're kind of locked out of it. That I don't agree with that kind of thing. If you have the ability to go back to something there because it's there, then you should be able to go back through it if possible. Maybe because you did miss something, right? Like if I had gone through and missed those how many, you know, any other notebook pages missed in the game, it missed in that age. The age of Donna, if I had missed how many of those I missed, I can't go back and retrieve, kind of thing. how do I... okay. Wait, I want this. I gotta put that back. Well, yeah, we are kind of looking at some of these in hindsight. This would be probably Almateria's age. I'm gonna try that. We are kind of looking in hindsight as puzzle games and how we build puzzle games and how we put them in there has kind of really changed a lot over time. Because we sort of have this ability to look back and go, okay, here's this other puzzle game that worked really well, but we know that these puzzles are very problematic. They were incredibly difficult to deal with for X, Y, and reasons. You know. And I think that, yeah, Riven. I think the best way to describe it is Riven's puzzles flow naturally because they are centered in the world that it is written. Does that make sense? Just flipping back through my notes here, which I kind of fit it all on one page, because I was able to do the note taking through the screenshots in the game. When it like everything is centered in the world itself, the code, the numerics is written in the Dunny linguistics, for their numerics, and then the Moaidi, coding. The symbology for reaching the Moaidi was in their own life, their own life, kind of thing. Their own life forms, their own foliage and such. Like all these different things were written in. They're a part of the lore itself. So it's like you were running through a living, breathing world, and all the puzzles were part of it. That you just walked through and just went naturally went, oh, okay, yeah. Like, and that's probably the biggest contrast for this, is that this age itself is built to be a puzzle. It is a teaching thing. And that's probably this big contrast. You're expected to go, oh, this is a puzzle, versus you are running through a living. I suppose like the stakes here are different because in Riven, you're going there to get, Aegis' wife, Catherine, and moving through this living, breathing world to find her and then to free her and to capture Aegis again. And this, and so you're doing so is by moving through the world to find them, and you're not necessarily, I don't know how to put it. The puzzles themselves are gateways that require that you understand the world and lore. That you become immersed in it to understand what's going on. And in this, what I'm finding here is that this is just a puzzle. You're locked behind these because Saavedro wants you to be locked behind. He wants you to run into his thing. So I guess in some aspect, they're trying to bring you into the world. Oh yeah, and Riven, you don't understand the gravity of what is at stake unless you sit down and read, Atris's journal to kind of understand, but you don't really understand until you actually start running through the world, and then you see the tremors happen, and you see the divots in the water. You see how Gen's journal talks about the islands separating from each other. You see the wreckage of one of the transport hubs. You see Gen's talks about how these spatial fissures are just opening up in the world itself, that he has to start locking them away before they basically tear the Riven apart. And and Gen himself not understanding how his writing style was degrading the foundation of the world itself, such that even Atris could only hold off what was happening, only stabilize to a degree, not save. And so that was the other thing, is you understood severity by action itself, like by going through the world and seeing the consequences of what was going on. Well, no, as the divots in the water, I thought they really kind of were a product of some of that decay, because the water had a bacteria in it that would shy away from the higher aspects, higher levels of heat. But there were no heat sources in it. You just look at it and there's just these divots in the water where it's kind of separated away from something. So I always kind of thought that was one of the aspects of the age itself starting to come apart. Maybe I sort of misinterpreted it, kind of thing. Oh, it's hard to see, and maybe I just wasn't looking in the right space. Yes, I was right. This is Ontario. Ooh, we get another roller coaster. Multiple roller coasters. Oh, I remember. This is the hamster ball track. Okay, the perspectives are... That must be the symbol I'm supposed to get, but I'm not going to run into that perspective, so I can make it there. Can't go there until I get... Okay, get those. Alright, so I've got a fresh page for this one. That's to go back. That's probably the other big difference here, is that in this, like, the way back, it's like right there, right? Like, if you get frustrated, you can just go. In Myst, you had to solve the age to be able to eat. And maybe that's sort of a difference in philosophy. I don't think I have abduction yet, and I will have to look at that. Let me check something. The easiest way to do this to look this up is going to be to go and hit Steam Store. Search. Abduction. What? Is it something? Really? It's not on Steam? That's... Hold on, did they maybe put it on... That's interesting. Did they not put it on Steam? It's on Good Old Games. Sign. Oh, it is on there, but for some reason it wasn't coming up in the Steam search. Oh, hell, it is also on sale at 60% off. Oh, wait, hold on. No, wait. Oh, I do have a copy, right? Really, with the game loaded on a solid-state drive? I'm in luck. I've got like 5 of these things. 5 of those in here. But I'm in this mode going, the Steam store, I can't get the search to work. All right, I do have it. It's just I have it set up on Family Share on my regular account. Let me go and look this up. Okay, I will hold off on installing that because I don't want it to interfere with the stream itself, but I'll probably come to that one after finishing up all the Myst games. Not sure what I'm going to do for Uru, though, because of how that sequence on that works. Alright, I should actually pay attention where I'm walking, because this guy leaves notes just scattered on the ground. I'd probably say I probably would do good. I got some good solid state drives, including some NVMe's. The motherboard I picked up supports 4 of those with their own dedicated PCI Express lanes built in, so it doesn't interfere with other either SSD drives or PCI Express lanes. Graphics card. Really? That's interesting to hear. That was their first experience with it. Let's see, which... Also make sure I'm not missing pages that aren't seen perspective. Okay, so I've got let me go and continue this way and see what I can see here. See what I can see. Okay, some kind of... Okay, so here we have... Oh, it's... Okay, now we get to the spear part. I think I forgot the right weight. I think. Okay, so I've got a counterweight I gotta look at. I know from my earlier note I took that 4 wooden pieces will equal 1 stone. I'm sitting on 4 pieces to start. So my counterbalance is there. Let's see where I am. Let's just run it. Oh, okay. I would really be curious then I really probably should play that. Given that it's not in the sequence, sounds like it's completely outside the Myst sequence. You know, totally different game world. I need that to go down. It comes down to equal to 1. Is it a wooden ball? Is this metal? Hold on. Let me see. What do I see? This looks like a wooden piece, metal, and some... They changed the puzzles. I do... That does sound like it's a real, you know, thinking game. I'll have to definitely play through it. I do actually have a copy for... But I haven't played it. I will point out, Parker, that I think I've got over about 1,100 games on Steam. I don't even want to think about how many games on the list I haven't played just because they got picked up in some age or another. And I'm already there. No, I think is that going to make it worse or better? Let's see. Oh, that definitely makes it worse. No, not as bad, but I think I'm getting somewhere. Okay, let's go back down. Firmament, I remember hearing about that. I probably should add that to the list as well. Might just do a puzzle run through some of these games. Too heavy. Not somewhat. Don't know how heavy the ball is. I do 2 of those. This is probably one of the annoying aspects of looks I'm seeing of this puzzle, just because the need to go back and forth to test the weight is what I don't really know. Is how heavy that ball is. Wait, what? Or is it entirely wood? Or is it? But there's metal strapped to it. Looks like it's entirely. Okay, so to make heavy on that end. Go just over. Emphasize the weight balance differently. Too heavy. That does too much weight. So if I pull this down, I know that 4 wood, 2 crystal, not heavy enough. Which is interesting. So I look at, say, wooden piece. Let's try 2. Or like half. Okay, that should be interesting to do. Firmament and abduction. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to add those to the list. Still too. Know that it's. One in. Wondering how much that metal part weighs versus the crystal. Obviously too much. Took the wooden piece off. Yeah, the pandemic messed with a lot. And Gained was one of the hardest hit ones because of how it's traditionally been done. Now we've got at least one metal and one crystal. It's a question of what the other one. What? Let's try this. Try it. Still too way. How heavy is the metal? Yeah, the VR market's been interesting because I say definitely early on they would not have been able to depend on it on sales because the VR sales just haven't been great. That's just I think just due to platform. I mean, to be able to run any kind of high-end VR game, you need to have a good rig. You need to have a good computer for that. And that necessitates the computer driving it. But the Facebook's, Quest series are not linked with the computer. They're separated. I think that's for at least the current one. Oop. That was the secret. And this one right here turned almost into trial and error. This puzzle, coming back to our discussion about like puzzles. Here. That's the so. That whole bridge. So like an HTC Vive, the ones, the VR systems that hook up with a computer to run things would have been able to do so really without a lot of issue, but there's still issues of you've got cabling, you gotta have space, controls, motion sickness issues. A number of the game, it's a convenience thing. Think about how many different aspects it takes to run a VR setup. I mean, you've got let's actually bring that up. I bought an HTC Vive back when they brought the prices down because they were looking at doing the next one. I can't remember what it was called. That should tell you kind of how well these things kind of are stuck in the brain. In itself required base station set up on the walls, high up enough. They had to have a space to be able to move yourself, if only to stand in one single place and move around with hurting yourself or backing into something. You had to have cabling that worked. Cable length had to be set up for it. You had to have a graphics card powerful enough to run it. And then typically many of them weren't built right for separate headphones, so they might have their own kind of like headphone setup. You consider the weight, you consider having to get eye spacing right. You can only wear it for so long because of weight on your head or even motion sickness issues. I mean, it takes a lot to just even get that running. And like for like something like the Firmament, which sounds like it was built on sort of the same, high-end thing, you're going to want a base computer to run it because like something like the Quest is not going to be able to. But it's taken like 5 years to get good VR development in progress, and people actually had to buy it. So a number of the VR games that I have seen that I've maybe picked up, a number of them, other than the ones that are truly dedicated, like Beat Saber, right? Developed regular desktop console controller or keyboard and mouse interaction. That is another issue with VR. I know there's a convention that's got like console setups, yeah, VR setups, and they've got a box in that space where you had to have space around you, or else you could hit someone. Imagine the madness of like the old Wii controller thing where you have multiple people. If you could swing, you could hit somebody. Now imagine you got something blocking your eyes. I agree with you, Parker, that it was not. The VR space needs to develop more before it really takes off. That actually kind of does make me kind of excited to see how the Steam frame is going to turn out, because its ability to stream from a computer, so you don't, and the ability to play games individually on its own. Well, I should probably write this puzzle down before I get lost too far. This, well, I've got let's see. What am I looking at? Okay. So I'd say it's, yeah, for a long time, VR's just kind of been like, okay, that's a neat gimmick. I'm kind of curious how that things will change over time. Kind of picture. The thing I like about yeah, I'm definitely gonna want to get the frame if I put together the money for it. Just because the ability to stream a game and have it like right there, right, is definitely going to be to bet that this thing is going to go. Just use something to handle it. Let's see what it is. Awesome notes. All right, if I can interrupt and read this out. My attempts to produce a carnivorous hybrid have had limited success. I thought it was making greater progress. The life that grows in the forest isn't like the plants in Orion, much more tenacious, less susceptible to grabs. Perhaps if I try mixing in species from the swamp. Some interesting thing. Interesting. I don't know. Okay. What I just think is the ability to stream it and be able to sit down and be comfortable without necessarily looking at the screen, or heck, to even be able to leave my computer here in this space and then go and walk where the Steam frame and use it in the living room. I can move everything out of the way and then sit down and play something. Would be great. If they can get something like for hand tracking, I realize that would take probably, I know it takes some additional stuff on there. I know they've got some expansion slots they're putting on it. And the ability to just run games on its own is interesting. But yeah, I really am kind of excited to see where that's going to go. Yeah, I'm missing. Yeah. Where is this going to? Sirius and Akinar haunting. Let's see. I have not played Walkabout Minigolf. At this moment, my VR set is just kind of put it away. It became. I got a lot of fun out of it, but the setup required my current living space, I would not be able to run it. I would break and or down. I would either break something or hurt myself in the process. Maybe a combination. Something I might laugh about later, but still. Saracen Ekinar causing, quite frankly, civil war. Well, they laugh about it. I'll probably have to look at maybe picking up, but I'm gonna have to wait until something like a Steam train comes out where I can move my space for something like that to, yeah. Something that's easier to work with, if that makes sense. So, frequency here. Did I? Ugh. I got another sound puzzle, but I forgot. Is there? Am I missing a hint somewhere? Something that would tell me what this is supposed to be, or is this a trial and error? This is probably trial and error, isn't it? That's kind of interesting, and yeah, I'm not surprised. Golf is something that really kind of does lend itself towards that. Hey, we just released a new, we just released a new course. Try and see if you can beat the par. It really kind of does lend itself easily to that. So. At this moment, I'm just wondering. Figure out. Oh. Okay. So we kind of walk in a circle. So I need to get this first one. I've got the middle one, but I need to get that first one. And obviously, I think I've walked past a puzzle. That way. Let's go this way. Which I already been this way. Now I gotta figure out which direction did I not go. I did this way. That's the thing. Okay, so I think I'm gonna... more pages. Somehow, Parker, from this conversation, I could not have guessed that at all. Okay, I'm going to read this one real quick, and then I'm going to use the restroom, Ralph. Okay, Saavedra. Must not let the fog come and swallow you. There are long spells, I think, days, maybe months at a time, when I can't remember what I've done. Fog grows so thick around me, even if I hold my hand in front of my eyes, I barely see it. I strain and strain and strain, but nothing sticks. I think his same sons came to visit us twice. And Orion. The first time, Atros asked me to meet them. He told me they would come through the book. He says they will not understand how your words fit together. They will use them to open the shield. Orion, he says, is where their lessons come together. Orion is a sum of what they must learn. I remember Palmer was carving a spirit mask into the tree the day the boys arrived. She tugs my sleeve to get attention, points at a glide ship in the sky. I am shocked by how young the boys appear. They look so much like their father, yet they are different somehow too. They are more impatient, and they are angry not to be treated like men. I take them to our home. I tell them I will teach them how to care for it. I say, together we will encourage the lattice tree to grow tall. They ask me why they have to work so hard. They tell me, no, Sabot, that was later. It was after Atris took them. You know this because when you see them saying these things, they are older. Their faces become angled and hard, and they have grown up into men. And something dark is in their eyes. They tell you they've come back to fix Snow White. I hope my reading has gotten better about that, about how that guy sounds. And then we actually have actual voice acting to riff against. Let's see. Right. I guess I'm gonna have to write this down because I've got a 5 basement. I know this thing's matter. It looks like it comes down this way. So it starts. Let me see. Alright, all I can do is just tug this and see which direction it comes. And my brain's going, you don't have to use the bathroom. Brain going, you must do puzzles. Okay, so it goes. It doesn't tell me which one. Let's run that one more time. So it starts. Center block. So let's see. So I'm looking at going. So I've got a sequence of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this one is, let's see. This one is the circle to this, put a circle to that, 3 is circle to there, 4 is circle this way, number 5 leaves for half circle, these 2 ways. I'm just noting down which way the half circle directions are, so it'll make it easier for me to determine, so I'm not drawing everything down. Okay. Then I can at least see which. What, that doesn't do anything. Now watch this sequence real quick. Bladder calls. I must answer. I'll be right back. Okay. I have returned. All right. So I think I already kind of have an idea of what order these things need to be tuned to. So now I need to do a walkthrough to see what direction they go. All right. Okay. So this is the starting point. So if I go forward, and hey, thank you for the follow. I has no idea. No ID? It's no ID. All right, so I know this one. Okay, so they've got everything sequenced right already though. So now I know that if I go here, let's see, it's gonna land. I think it goes this way. Okay, so then it comes across this way. And this one goes this direction. So now we go down this way. And it's probably, let's see. That's a hard question about which one. To gamble here. It might be going this direction. Let's see. Okay. Now we go back this way. And back over to here. That's probably the other bit for that. It's just the back and forth with this. We go. Home free. Okay, but now I can get which one this is. Okay, so this is bridge number 1. Okay. No, got the dun, 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 dun. There, I made my text in the drawing a little bit bigger to make this easier on me. So I know that in this corner is the rock. Okay. That. And then I clearly did not give myself enough space. My drawing here. Okay. Then, let's see. Okay. I kind of have it. Okay. So that puzzle has been figured out. What am I I'm missing... I've got 3 bridges that need to be raised. I have solved 2 of them, the first in the middle, but the ending one I don't have an answer to just yet. The question is, where the hell is it? Where is the puzzle? Oh, it should be right there, but how do I access you? There you are. Yeah. Okay. That one's been nailed in. Well, let's see what happens. Goes, and then I caused it to... wait. Okay, so the pins will stop it? Oh, let's try that one again. So what do I need? So obviously I have to continue along the track. So it rolls that way, but it's going to start there. Bottom one. So I have 3 pins, and I needed to get it to that segment. Okay. And it throws a fit. Yep. Alright. So it's going to start here. I needed to get... okay. If I have it go there, it's going to... What if I do the... Starts here. Goes... What if I wanted to go 1... Oh, that is kind of the thing, isn't it? He's blocked it, so I gotta pick a more complex path. So if it rotates... it's gonna start rotating. I don't have the ability to get it to drop. If I do 1... Yeah, right? It's like, hey, Trust, I know you wrote the GameFAQ walkthrough for this, so we're changing it up. Can't do 1, 2, 3. If I do number 1, that puts it here, it puts it there. And then, let's see. Hold on. If I move 1, pop it there, then move 1. Don't want it to pop there because I'll just dump it to nowhere. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Go here. 1, 2, 3, 4. What would that do? I would put it there because that one I moved up 1. there. I'll go. I'll be here. So this one will be up there. So I wanted to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that even going to work? No, let's try it. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then see what happens. Oh, it runs in a different. Still got it. Nope. Okay. Obviously, that's running in the wrong direction. Opposite circles from each other. If instead I have it run 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. That puts it here. This one's going to run in this direction. If that's 3, 2, 3, that's here. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Think. 1, 3. 1, 2, 3. Off by 1. That was close. I want that. I need. It's rotating that way, so I need 1, 2, 3, 4 to pop that way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no, I screwed up. Should have been right next to each other instead. That didn't account for it. Okay. Alright. There it is. That way. There we go. Third bridge. So, yeah. Okay, so I've got it. This, another one under there. Okay. I has no idea. Thank you for the cheer. Thank you for the bits. My first 100 bits. Thank you. I need to get some actual emotes in here, you know? But then again, I've only been doing this for a little bit. Yeah. Good art takes money. Okay. Right. Gotta keep remembering there's no first person movement in this. WASD doesn't do anything. Oh. Oh. Alright. The memories flow over me too fast. They race around inside my head, filling my soul with despair. And the more I think about how nothing can be done, how no one can be alive outside his shield, faster the fog rushes in. I can lose myself in the fog. When it's thick enough, I can let go, be safe. I can start to forget. But I must not forget. Must remember every lie they told my people, how they manipulated us all to get what they wanted. They told me they had come to fix my world. They asked me to arrange a meeting with the elders. The books they carried in with them showed other worlds, beautiful places where people didn't have to work so hard to survive. They told my people that Atreus had written this, that he had written Orion, that he had made our world unstable. He said he wanted to make us slaves to the tree. They asked me, don't you remember, Savadra? Our father wrote this world to teach us, to show his sons what an age shouldn't be. I don't know what to say. I don't know how it could be true, but why would they lie? Why would Atreus have lied? The worlds they showed us in those books, the elders refused to believe. They said we cannot abandon the tree. For thousands of years we have tended the lattice roots. Without our traditions, we all die. I don't want us to die. I don't. But Cirrus and Achenar said. They said they would come back, Savir. Just like Atreus once said to you as well. He said he would come back, but then he didn't. Didn't. And for that, you will have to make him pay. Let's see. All right. I'm going to 1. Save game. Sure, save that. I'm going to hold for a moment. I'm going... It is about time for me to eat something. I'm going to hold here for about just a few minutes while I figure out what I'm going to do, whether I'm just going to heat up some leftovers or if I'm most likely going to bake something. So it's a lot easier to do and I don't have to stand over it, you know, stir at something while you guys sit here and wait. Go, what's he doing? Oh, give me a moment. Alright, so it is going to be leftovers. I've got stuff in the microwave real quick. Yes, that amazing invention of man, leftover. Having some leftover pasta as well as some bread that I've smeared some basil pesto on and thrown some cheese on it and put that in a toaster oven. Don't have to order a damn thing out. While I wait for that, let us do a quick continuation. Okay. Let's see, I need to do, for this one, it's this plus a that. Hello. Ah, and I just heard the microwave go off, and imagine the toaster oven about to go off. Just give me a moment. Okay. Yeah, I'm back. Try and see if maybe I can see if we can eat without the mic picking it up. Let's see. Okay, good. Let's see, middle bridge. Now, third one. Now we get access to the building. Okay. Right, what message, Sabedro? What do you leave me?
20 years, Atris. 20 long years alone. They tied me to a post. They burned their Myst linking books in front of me. They took everything I had. My wife! My 2 baby girls! And then, when I finally made it back to Narayan and I saw... It would have been better if I had died.
In some respect, like, if we played through like the first game, we already kind of know through the writing like how bad things got with to a degree how bad things got with Cirrus and Akanar. And the fact that a third game is centered entirely around it is just kind of like, though I know this was done by an entirely different studio, it was not done by the original team that did Myst and Riven. I need to get... Okay. So where does it start? Oh, wrong button. Hey, thanks for the follow, Parker. Wrong lever, Kronk. Okay, this is the middle. This is the third. This is first. So I needed to go through here first. Now I need to go the other way. Okay. So entrance through here, comes here, goes goes through this direction, follows the track down to here. I needed to come this way to go there. That looks like it'll do it. I guess I must have solved the puzzle because it's hamster ball time. Ready to spin that wheel? Ready to go for your own roller coaster ride? Ready for the part that people would say, yeah, I want to go for the Myst theme park. And hope I didn't get the puzzle wrong. Every last one of these so exquisitely timed, and all you can do is hold on to the seat, to your seat, and hope that it didn't go off somewhere. That'd be one way to end the journey. Whoops, sorry, Idris. I failed to quality assurance check my own puzzle changes. Yeah, but they decided to save on their the Q&A costs by outsourcing it to a ChatGPT to QA test. ChatGPT's towers go, it succeeds, so 75% of the time. That's the answer you're looking for, right? It's good. All right, so we got that piece of the puzzle. I am such a moron. Go back down. I like how the game forces you to be polite. Close the door after. Like, what? This is a puzzle. I'm trying to get in here to save a whole bunches of lives here in New Dunedin. You're asking me to close the door? Alright, where did I write down this puzzle in particular? Let's see, we go yellow, blue, green, red, yellow, purple, red. So, yellow, blue, green, little red. Let's see. This one I've got. Right. One is about here. One is about here. 3 and 4. The power of notes in a notebook versus demanding the game remember everything for you. This age. Terror. So let's see. What is this? Ah, it's the return journey. This is to supply electrical power, it looks like? Okay. Let's see. Okay, so I've got a cable right there. I've got this. There. Here's hoping I don't miss some notes. Go this way. Alright, come here. It's coming back to me, slowly. Knowledge, who I am, how long I have been trapped here, how much of it, blurry, whole blocks of time still floating in the fog that eats my mind. But if I concentrate, I get pieces of it back. It was the dream that first helped me remember. It was lying in the reeds near the tusk. I don't know for how long or how I get here. I'm staring at the sky, seeing a man grow out of the cliff, first his head, then his shoulders, then his torso. Sunlight rims his body like a halo. I cannot move. I think that death has finally come for me. A man stands on the cliff with a book in his hand, staring down at the lagoon as if something made him sad. I wanted to call out to him, to tell him it's me he's come to find. My mouth is dry, I can't remember any words, and before I think to stand, he opens his book, puts his hand on the page, fades to dust. I thought he was a dream. It was only later, hours or weeks later, that I find his swirling book atop the cliff, and when I reach down to grab it, it is real. The fog tried to swallow me then and there, but I held on to the firm reality of the book. I did not let it. I did not let the numbness steal my mind. Their peace. Hopefully this one should be easier to... Okay. Locked. Line upon something. How my voiceover is being taken alright. I should get some feedback on it. Do people like it? Should I continue? I know a number of other streamers that I've watched definitely do the reading out loud thing. Just want to find out if people agree with that on my end. They like more, less. You know, cut the voice acting and just read it out loud, or... Let's see. Let's see. Turbine? Lighthouse Central, some kind of... Okay, so this just gives me a status. Let's go up here and see what we get. Broken one of the mechanisms. Turn this away. Happens. Thank you. I think I'll just leave that open. If I recall, it doesn't really affect the puzzle. Yep, and there's that puzzle you mentioned where you have to reach outside to get it poached up. Yep, okay, so that's on. I know there's other people watching me. Surely they could chime in. This one isn't going to open without it. Looks like it too needs a magical charm. I need to... So I'm comfortable with that. Oh, never mind. Note to self. Dam does not have a transmission that allows for that. Oh. Okay. Doing things in the wrong order. Oh, this. That blocks the other side, which lets me put the gear in the way. I can't open up the fins from the generator until the gear sync locked in. Power supplied to gear shaft. Hey. Just sit and spin. We have it. Let's hear it, Savadro.
This morning I woke up and I couldn't picture Tamrai's face. The little line at the corner of her lip that pulls her whole mouth down when she smiles, the flutter in her eyelashes. I tried so hard to picture her in my mind, put her down on paper as if that might bring her back. I couldn't do it. Atris, I'm not you.
And so he tried to paint her in the wall. Couldn't remember her face. No one would. Like, I think probably Atris and Catherine are probably the closest to understanding the limits of the art themselves. Like Gen's father was just literally of the mentality that he was their god. And his arrogance lent itself to his own writing style, which in turn meant that his own ages were unstable. Interesting here is this, one of the Dunny symbols. This is number 1. So we go like an entire aspect of the game, entire sequences without seeing Dunny's symbology. And oh, here we are. Wait, did solving it on one end solve it on all aspects? And yeah, it did. That's interesting. Wait, oh, did I miss one? I'm looking. Thanks for pointing that out. Let me see. Ah, there you are. It is taking me too long. Every minute I spend searching his house runs the risk of someone walking in and finding me. I would bring his journals to the Tusk, but I'm afraid he will notice them gone. Already, I'm afraid of what he knows, of what his wife might know. She almost caught me last time. I had linked directly into the sunroom. I was walking towards his study when I heard footsteps coming down the hall. She was talking with someone. She was laughing. And for one heart-wrenching moment, I thought she was Tamra. Then I remembered my Tamra is dead. I left her to die, and I went after the brother. Yeah, I figured that might have been happening because I figured that if it's rotating all between all of them, it's a little unfortunate that like solving one somehow solves all the others. Like, that was easy. I told her to go to the reef, to take our two girls there and hide. I took the necklace she gave me to remember her, and I told her, oh God, Tamra, I told you it would all be okay. For years I prayed my words were not a lie, that you had made it to reef, that you were tending the ailing lattice roots. By the weaving Tamra, how I pray. Yeah, Margaret, I just find it interesting that the one I solved it for everything. How I prayed till I opened his machine. I saw Narayan through his shield, and even though the barrier kept me locked inside, I knew the lattice tree had died. Narayan can't survive without the tree. No one can be alive outside his shield. Standing at Atris' house, knowing that my wife and children were dead, I felt the fog roll towards me again, and as much as I wanted to give in to its numbness, I couldn't. I couldn't let Atris' wife find me standing there. Somehow I waded through the haze. I made my way to the study, found the book that would take me back to Jananin, and I was left right where I had left it, where they might not see it fall. Placed my hand on the panel, heard the door behind me opening, and the study disappeared. She almost saw me. I know it. It was much too close this time. If the book hadn't been where I had left it, next time I will bring a book from one of his other ages with me, just in case it happens again. Well, thank you for pointing out the missing page. Okay. Was that it in this room? Huh. Ah! One more song. I do see some tabletop RPGs, but I have not heard of Unwritten. I am missing a step here. What's the idea behind Unwritten? Oh, I haven't played the Fate system. Seems like it should rotate, but I was saying. How does the Unwritten RPG? What's the central idea and theme of it? But clearly, it's it's Myst themed. But what do you do? pages somewhere. So that looks like it's gonna charge it. Right. What I'm kind of curious about is sort of like, what is the central theme? Like, in D&D and Pathfinder, you are typically adventurers of some kind. Problem solvers, you are people in a world. And you kind of engage with the world through do a variety of things like combat, diplomacy, and so on. Oh, that was a lot of order. There we go. See it all so clearly now, so clear, without the fog to sweep it away. How the young men in the village don't want to listen to the elders. How they stand together at the back of the room, a growing knot of anger twisting inside them. Why should we abide by your rules, old men? They scream. You have no life inside you left to live. You gave it up decades ago to the tree. Amra wants to take the children home. She doesn't like the way the tempers are rising. Do something, Saavedra, she whispers. Tell them to stop shouting and make them listen. Tell them. What? Tell them what? That their young lives do not belong to them alone, that our people are meant to be slaves to our world. Cirrus and Akinar can see the confusion they are creating. I catch them looking at faces, measuring which men are the most dissatisfied. Later, they will approach these men in secret. They will urge the malcontents to boycott our rituals. They will prey on our youth into satisfaction, and then the young men will begin forming gangs. They will throw off our traditions, rise against the elders, and follow the brothers. Riots will start, and the tree will be neglected. Oh, Tamra, it's all so obvious. Why couldn't I see it at the time? Every lie the brothers told, every whisper made to put themselves in power, and when our world started collapsing around us, why didn't I see how Cirrus and Akinar didn't care? They never believed the truth behind our traditions. They never understood the work we had to do. They only knew the time had come to be. And when they did, they left their linking book behind, knowing I would use it to chase after them. Lured me to the world, tied me up, and left me to die. Because I didn't stop them when I should. I'm a little curious, Parker, on the unwritten. So, is it like you're Dani explorers? You're exploring ages? Are you going into broken ages to try to recover or fix things, or just sort of like a variety thing? Okay. I was just kind of curious because, um, like how they framed it. Because if there any framing of the Myst universe is going to be surrounding the idea of the Dunny and how, whether old or new, is going to be framed in that. And that's not really a combat. This isn't a combative world, you know? They talk about it, how there are aspects to it. The Myst, one of the ages, the stone ship age, how people came and like destroyed. No, it wasn't stone ship. It's not the Selenic age. It was the mechanical one. Ah, okay. So it tries to kind of take this aspect of like observation and derivation of like what's going on and creating tabletop. That's kind of neat. The cavern wall is almost ready. For weeks I have been polishing it, rubbing away at the cracks to obtain a smooth surface. I haven't been able to sleep much these last weeks. I was afraid I might never wake up, but if I can make him see all that happened, if I can show him the pain his family caused, it will be worth it. Tomorrow I begin mixing. Ooh, access port. I think I'm moving it, skipping puzzles. Sometimes it doesn't feel like I'm skipping puzzles. Ah, TIE Fighter. Explain them. Okay. I haven't played in the Fate system before, so I'm not familiar with how it runs. Though I have heard it is less combat heavy. There's Saracen Akanar flying above, burns down. worry there for a moment. I might be dumping myself in the lava. Okay. So I did do this. This one does. Ah. Yeah, pick up. That one. Not. Okay, so it sounds like then turn to me. So, there. Oh, son of a. There goes the little. got that. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. So this one is 4. It's also 4. Okay, and I can presume. Okay, so this is following from the Uru gate. Okay. That'll take me up just a little bit. Right, it's a setting thing. Off by I still need at least. Hold on. Let's start there. If I go on that one goes from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. I think that's also 10. That 2 is 10. And I need to get freaking 13. How am I? is an even number. How do I get this to an... What, damn it. Wait, did I miscount that? Right there. 2, 3, 4. No, that's... There's another set of valves up there. That's why. Okay. Tens. Another set right above. This goes up by 1. Betting that 2 is also. Okay, it's 1. Okay. That's what I need to go is from here, 0. 0. 3. 2. Space. One. And let's see. Bingo. Okay. Let's see. We go. Wait. This way. And now, the gondola ride. Here to see the sights of what will one day be the Black Mesa facility. Here in the sunny sandstone of wherever the hell Black Mesa was located. Now we catch a ride. And if you look to your left, you'll see the pillars holding up this lovely part of the cavern. If you look to the right, you shall see some more. And if you look ahead, there was going to be a fourth novel? How come they never finished it? It's the symbol. We're going up, up, up. Going up. I'm actually kind of curious who pushed for Uru in its, in its incarnation, so to speak. Because, like the MMO, incarnation. Oh, this is one hell of a way to... You just imagine trying to take this note, sit there with, your legs, standing on there, holding on while you scribble this out on a piece of paper. But I'm kind of curious, whose idea was for Uru to be this MMO style thing. I can understand, wanting to to explore more of the lore of the Dunny, both in past and I guess in terms of exploring all of it. But it kind of felt like someone was chasing the MMO dream at the time, and just don't know. Quite frankly, obviously, it didn't quite work out.
Not so easy, is it, Atris? Running like a rat through a maze, looking for some sign that'll help you save your world. Is it over here? Is it over there? Is it someplace I can't find? Cirrus and Achenar didn't care about saving Narayan. All that talk about fixing instabilities, rewriting the age so that we would be free to live our lives, that was just talk to hide the truth of why they had come. But we believed their lies, Atris. So we abandoned our traditions, forgetting that those traditions were keeping Narayan alive. And when the lattice tree started to die, I followed them here to tell them what they had done. And they laughed. They said they would never fix Narayan. They said that they had already taken everything it had worth saving. So, my dear old friend, Atris, I brought you to this place where your education begins. Find the remaining 2 symbols, and then come see what your boys did to Narayan.
I don't know, I would say, I don't know, I have a different perspective on the MMO. In that you have to look at why do people play MMOs, right? Let's look at a couple of different aspects in terms of why do people play, start going backwards to why do people play multiplayer. There is the competitive aspect, and I realize I just interrupted my conversation with yet another message. People want to play against each other. You're talking like first-person shooter format.
This what you expected, Atris? When you followed me here, hoping to reclaim relation? Is this classroom what you expected to find? I read your journal, you know, in Tamana. After I found your linking book abandoned outside this observatory, I read all about the Dunning, how you started their world again. Can you really do that, Atris? After everything that's happened to Narayan, could you start their world over again? I don't think so. I think there's too much blood on our hands, too many ghosts. Surely you can't change that with a pen stroke. One more symbol, Atris. Narayan is waiting.
Sorry, coming back to why do people play MMOs? So the question is, why do people play multiplayer, period? First-person shooters, you have the competitive aspect, which sometimes could be casual. I mean, heck, just look at, like, say, Team Fortress 2 and how they have different ways people can play. People can play hardcore, team core, you know, they're just, you know, team play, but they're going at it, right? They're competitive, they're there to win, dopamine hit. Then there's ones who are more casual. They're there just to play and be with people, right? So there's one aspect. Then you start looking at, for example, like the World of Warcraft. Oh, Teams of Fandom. Interesting. Yeah, I always thought Uru was just sort of like, it got turned into a single player aspect because the MMO kind of fell down. The other thing is, maybe coming to the point that maybe I should get to, instead of going around it. I think Uru could have actually... I'm not sure Uru could have actually worked in an MMO. And the reason being is because what is the main content? Right? Content is lore, which there are ones that times that people want that. And puzzles. But puzzles are like a one-time deal, kind of. And go back and... I mean, it's not something you can necessarily do over and over and over again. unless they were like randomize the puzzle things, but unless you already know which. People need something, whether it's a social sandbox where people make the story that they want to do, where they get together with other people. This is stuff like EVE Online, or what is it, that one that I saw is coming in, still in the works right now, Ashes of Creation. It's a social sandbox. Your story is one that you make together with a group of people to go and do. Then you have like World of Warcraft, or Final Fantasy XIV, where you have an overarching story that you can create, but there's grounds for you to go through and come in and make your own story to be a part of. There is and as part of that, they also have the competitive aspect, PvP kind of, going. They brought in other things, like if you want lore, you go in and you find the parts of the game that deal with lore, but it's still a large experience, but it's still written for people. And so I don't think Uru could have done that, really. And why if they were looking to do an experiment, like, hey, we have a single player game, and then we have a multiplayer aspect where maybe we release new puzzles every so often, sort of like, hey, like No Man's Sky does, like, where, hey, we have a new expedition, hey, we have a new puzzle, come and solve it as a, right? Something that requires more than one person. So you grab a buddy, and it's a 2-player puzzle where you guys work it out, right? And this thing changes every so often where they have a new puzzle. That, I think, could have worked. Sort of like Portal 2, right? Portal 2 had a multiplayer, a co-op aspect of doing puzzles that required 2 people. And a single player aspect to it. So I think people kind of look for different things in an MMO, but I think as a puzzle format, Uru just never would have succeeded, ever. And not because there isn't a grind, but because of the format in which they tell the game and the story just does not necessarily style. And since it would have been this is being the sole thing provided, there wouldn't have been much for people to come in and stay. And I think the successful MMOs now have multiple aspects that allow people to go, okay, I've completed this part, now I'm going to go do this other thing while I'm waiting for that other part to update.
You see here connects to an age called Narayan. It's a very delicate age. Civilization has emerged in response to the world's imbalances. It's also the first inhabited age I'm sending you to alone. But don't be afraid. The knowledge you've acquired here will show you the way in. Use it and see all that Narayan has to offer.
I'm going to save. Now we have go.
What? You're not. Where is he?
Look, I know he's here. I have his book. So where is he? He didn't come. I take relation from him, and he sends you instead. Idiot. You actually thought this would work. You thought that you could force him into coming here, fixing things? Why? Why would he rewrite Narayan? Because of your messages? Because of your paintings? Look at your world. Look at what's left of it. When are you gonna get it through your thick skull that you do not matter to him? Nobody could be alive out there. No one. We're stuck here, you know. The linking book back to Chinanan is gone. Left behind when I linked out of Atris's study. And as for getting in to Narayan, look around you. This chamber is the only way in. And Atris installed some kind of shield, and I have never been able to get past it. Not once in all these years. So you're just as stuck here as I am. At least until I open this book and I show Atris what it's like to watch your friends and relatives die. If you do find a way out of here, I suggest that you think very carefully about using it. Because the one thing I know about linking books, the doors they open don't close behind you.
No, I'm sorry to hear that. That explains why I hadn't really seen much happening after they did the remaster for Riven. So I've seen puzzle games can do fairly well. I just think, frankly, I just think they need better advertising. And I think it also kind of somewhat has to do with the format too, you know. This is where we now start to get into now we get into the words. So energy. So energy. We have a plus a. Okay. So energy, powers. We have a powers future. What I've got. Future. It's motion. This is a puzzle I kind of remember that what I have to do, but I don't remember the symbology. Future motion. That's a... And then nature. So nature. Nature encourages mutual dependence. Where's the encouragement? Oh, you know what? Yes. Yes, I did run into that. I'm trying to remember what mod pack I ran into it a number of years ago, but yes, you were able to. It was amazing. You could sit down and you could make paper, make a book, and you had to make sure you brought a linking book, otherwise you could get trapped. But yes, I do remember. I do remember playing with it. I thought it was great. It was a great way to sort of continue just going like, here, I'm gonna make an age that I can go to, and depending on what I put in there, I could go there and mine stuff or find new things. I thought it was great. It was a fantastic way to pick up the theme of Myst and the idea of these other worlds and use it. And it fits so well in Minecraft because in some ways, because it's other worlds. You already have this aspect to Minecraft. You're going like, okay, here's the Nether, right? This is just another aspect of that. Going, well, I just linked to this other world and I built these additional things into it. Now I go there, and so you could go like, okay, well, I want to have something to mine stuff. I want to have things to grow things in. As you can kind of guess, yeah, I really, really did like that. At some point, I do want to go back to Minecraft, but I had to recover my account. I had a Mojang account. I've had the game for so long. I remember being it back in the beta age. I don't know if I ever linked it to the Microsoft. I think I did, but I don't recall. I'm hoping I don't have to buy the game again. I had that thing for ages. Courage. Okay. Nature encourages mutual dependence. Where is... Oh, I got dependence. I might as well put that one down here. Circle. No, mutual. Mutual. This. Okay, so dynamic forces spur chain. Or here's the force one. So, one short one. One. So dynamic spur and change. Let's see. Here's chain. So there. There. Good. Okay, so I got Hammock and spur. Spur. Okay. Hammock. Yeah, that was one of the things I remember. That is, you could kill yourself in that mod if you did not build the world right, or it just simply just didn't roll right. Making a yin simple hammock. So balanced systems stimulate civilizations. Okay, so I found civilizations, which, let's see. Balance systems stimulate. I'm missing something here. Let's look for balance. Yeah, civilization. Where's my nature? Light, energy, intelligence, entropy. No, civilization's right there. Oh, I wonder. Now, which one do I put where? It's that one. I can look around. Oh, okay. Because we're still missing some of the symbols. One, two, three, four, five. Okay. But then I guess I'll. Yeah, I'm kind of getting this. But I've got 3 of the word sets that I can do. Let's do. Midnight. I just don't know which one I do in here. Ah, okay. So let's start with the top. Energy proves. Energy powers future motion. I think I go further. Is that what it was? Yeah. And then I go clockwise or counterclockwise. As long as I guess as long as they line up. Let's see. Okay, so it's not. No, it's not lining up. Oh, it's because there's no connection there. Okay, I go different. So is it clockwise or counterclockwise? I figured that the it's different. No, it's all the same. So maybe I'll start. So the thing is, it doesn't connect. But then it would never connect. So which one of my sets should I use? Looking what I've got drawn out, trying to figure out which ones will work to connect these. Let's try nature encourages mutual dependence. No. So I gotta connect this to there. I could do, but maybe process elimination by doing this one. Let me do the process elimination. If I start with this one, save this one. Oh, that's right. I was wondering, it's like, wait, that, those would go that way, those would go that way. I'm not gonna connect those two. That's the upper part, that's the middle, that's the lower. This one will connect that way. Yeah, it's been a long time on that one. This is like one of those aspects of backseating where it's just like, yeah, I'm stuck. Oh, right, that hint. So that gives me that. And then I can do. Okay. That gives me those two. So if it goes that, then this next one should be. With that. Followed by. Bingo. And this one is the dynamic forces spur chain. So I know that. Let's see. That one goes there. That one. Okay, yeah, that gives me an order there. That would mean. Okay. Oh, yep. This one. Like the answer had been staring at him the whole time. I think that's this. No, I'm hoping I didn't write it down wrong. For some reason, my brain doubts me on this one. We'll see. There we go. Okay. Then that would mean that the last one is, yes, energy powers future motion. I know. Go in the counter. Okay, so they're going the clockwise. Means I was getting right before. It's just a matter of overthinking it. I don't. I got something wrong somewhere. Did I overdraw something? No. Obviously, I positioned something wrong somewhere. I'm gonna go back and double check my writing. We're looking at energy. Energy is a. Oh, that one? Okay. Powers. Ah, okay, that's why. We're a little short. One there. Okay. Future. Which I've got those. Then motion. Okay. saving. Ah, left another one. And now here's the rest. Okay. Let's see. Perspective isn't so great here. Okay. Balanced system stimulates civilizations. Oh, this is not a great... Dear Lord. They did not do a good job on the perspective on these ones. Balance. Yes. That. That. System. System. Stimulate. Here we go. Found it. All right, let's go and do that. Starting from the top. Balanced. Systems. Stimulate. Civilization.
Oh my god. They're alive? How did you... The Force symbol.
I know, right?
He gives me hope. Destroy me.
The reason why, like, after he moves to his next scene, I'm saving because there's 3 fucking endings to this.
You see, I still have something that he wants. Something that he sent you bring back for him. Release. Drop the outer barrier when I'm out by the gondola. Switch the shield so the outer barrier is open. And in return, I'll give up release. Do it.
So. All right, bad ending number 1. Trust him.
Apparently, it's my turn to live up to my end of the bargain.
And now you're just stuck here. Oh. So, I will say that one because that is kind of just everything comes off of that one. Adding ending number 2.
Oh, God. No. Please don't do this to me. Not when my family could still be alive out there. Want the book? Here. I'll give you the book. Just
All right, Parker, you have a good night.
please
Thanks for coming by and chatting.
do this. Please. I can't do this again. Please don't leave me trapped here like this. I can't!
I'll let you go as soon as you let me do the cutscene.
No, no, no! No, 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 no!
I am trapped here by a cutscene. So, bad ending number 3 is putting the power back on, and he still comes up, gives you a good whack. Which is the same thing. All right. Now, switched it. Do it. You say, goodbye, Saavedro. May you have luck in finding your family. Okay, where can I go in there? No. I can't get in. How the hell did he? Now, close this place off. The rest. I'm surprised this guy never even figured out, like, oh, hey, they're there. But he never figured out the symbology.
By the Maker, you've returned. Atris, come quick! The fire burned the linking book you used. We had no way of following the horse.
You've returned. But where's Relishan? Did you bring back the book? Thank the Maker. It's fine. We're in your debt, my friend. If this book had been destroyed, everything we worked for, all the people of Relishan, you've been lost to us forever.
You must tell us everything.
At last I can rejoice, for Relishan has been returned to me unharmed. The age I hoped would provide a new beginning still lives on. I'm sure that no danger shall befall it. And as I sit here writing in this journal, I rejoice to know that Narayan too is safe. The secrets of its past have been unlocked, and old wrongs have finally been righted. I know now that we can't escape the past, nor can we rewrite it, hoping to lessen our pain. The best we can hope for is to continue to learn, to take from the past only that which is good, and move on. Perhaps in the process, we will build a brighter future.
Roll credits. All right. Question. I was still considering about going for about another hour or so. Do I start the next Myst game? Or should I just find something else to just play around with for about so, while seeing if people come by to chat? Yes, I am asking for audience interaction. And there's Myst 3. And by the way, if you liked what you're seeing, please give me a follow so I know that you want more. That and also, so I know you're real, not a bot. I mean, I believe in a couple of. I'm trying to think, but I think I've had about 10 bots over time that I've rolled through and followed, and then they vanish later. I don't think I played Myst 4. Ooh, second. Let's see. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Oh, this is gonna be a nightmare. I am. Wow. Do not think I will be starting Myst 4. Reason being is it's not. Audio is not hooking correctly. And because of that, it's not. I can't do certain adjustments up front. I had to do them all like in system and stuff like that. On top of that, apparently the um resolution caps out at like 1024 by 768. That's awkward. That's going to take some adjustment. So, adjustment that I am not dealing with right now. So, something to do for a little. Let me see. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? Let's pull this up instead. Just something to have up and chat with. Something I can do while talking with people. Go in and click this, that. And all right, there. There's something to so see if maybe chat will actually start talking to me, huh? I had one guy come by, which is nice. But I demand more interaction. Yeah, I'm definitely got to do some more. I've got to do some adjustments or figure out if there's anything that can be done for Myst 4. I might have to check the good old games forums and see what they've got. Mm. Ooh. No, let's run for that. If I can get a special, that'd be great. Oh, hell yes. Every 23 cards discarded? That's... Never run into that one before. Move some of this up. Desk. Give me a flash. Yum. Excellent. Sure. Damn it, should have used that. Oh well. Let's see. Better. There we go. I don't use discards. I mean, I straight. Yeah, I gotta run with a flush for that. There we go. Why not? play it just to get it out. Let's see. Oop. Hmm. I'm gonna get rid of that. Grab this, grab that. Start stacking the. All right, let's see. Spades, huh? Hmm. One turn crush. First of all, most common one to run. Doubles my money of 0. Each heart plate. Let's see. Hmm. There we go. You up front. Buddies. Hmm. Gives me another card. What's the Fibonacci one? 2, 3, 5, and 8. Yeah, spectral. Let's see what I get. Hell yeah. Well, I've only got one, but let's see how it rolls. Oh, and I hit the Fibonacci sequence on it. Yep, gone. 3, 4, and 5. Re-trigger. Oh, let's run with this because more often than not, I'm going to hit a bunch of those. 2, 3, and 5. I know what I want to start stacking now. Always a fun one to use. Let's see. Okay, heart sweet. Hmm? You never separate pairs out. let's get an idea of what and it's going to produce. Clear some space. One. It won't re-trigger those, but I can still pull it. Yep. Mm, pull that one out just in case I need it. Don't think that's likely to happen right now. No repeat hand types. Okay. Well, let's start simple. Diamond suite, huh? Nice. There we go. Get another diamond. Close enough. Go 2 pair. But I can't do 2 pair again. Gonna risk it all. And that's done. Ooh, yoink. You know what? Worth it. One, 3, 4, and 5. Let's do 3. So it'll re-trigger. There we go. I don't have any earnings. I'll be able to do earnings with that. If I was doing a build where I was developing money, I could run it. What I've got is encouraging flushes. These. Ooh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No diamonds in there, but Hey, still did it. That seems like this would be far more useful. Got a tarot card. Ooh. Yum. It's pretty common for me. Oh, the club cards are deep. Oh, good. That's for spades then. All right. Let's clear the hand with a flush. Oh, never mind. Looking for a chance to upgrade the level. Poker hand. There's no discard. Flush. I mean, that's. These are to be used immediately. Huh. Holy. Diamonds. Hey. Whoops. Just start discarding cards now. Gonna start doing that. Need one. Keep the cards. Play those. That's what I was hoping. Okay. I can reach out. Sweep that. Low. Full house. Hold on just a moment. Why is there no audio from the game filtering through? Oh. I thought I had set that up right. I guess I hadn't. Do I not? Still not? Let me see something. Hold on. Audio routing has to be set within the app itself. Options, setting, audio. menu. I'm going to, and it don't lose the run. It's just, hold on, options, theme. That doesn't seem right. Hold on. Audio routing for Elantra must be set within the app itself. Select your preferred channel in the app setting. Well, that's weird because the app settings in there don't allow for that. Okay. Huh. This bears some investigation. True. Link. Okay. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. There. Let's see. Right. Do a quick check here. It's going fine. That's doing exactly what it's supposed to. Okay, so I see it's having the same audio routing issue that I've had with a different game. That's fun to find out. That means properties. Capture. There we go. All right, people have to let me know if this is too loud. Turn this down. Okay, let's see. Where was I? Oh, I had a hell of a run with that one at one point. This. Just. Oh. Oh, they're facing these cards. Thank you for telling me. It's a club suite. Spade. That's a club. Okay. Let's see what I get. More cards. What options there if I do this? Well, that's not gonna be hard to do, but I need. It's gonna burn the hand. There we go. There we go. Why not? Give me another 10. Appears most often one to pop up. Hell yes. Let's burn those. Give me a flush. And gone. Yoink. Sure. Done. Stuff that encourages that. Right. Club suite. I could have sold that. Damn. All right. Clear some of my hand here. Yeah, it's gonna sell that. Keep a hold of it. Also give me a little bit of interest while we're at it. Even more leeway there. Discard those. Here we are. Oh, I'm missing a 2. Yoink. It's this one. Into a wild card. It's gonna let me use it more often. Done. Okay, we're at a diamond suite. Let's see. I don't want to break up the pair, but let's see what I get out of it. I already have a pair, and I have it in the number that I want. Like that. Toss those. Run a full house. Let's see what we get out of it. Have room for it though. Giggles. Can use yoink. Ooh. Shit. Well, there goes the run. Okay. See what I can. Spade. So I want spade. Six is not going to do me any good. Dumping those. Let's see what I can get out of this hand. Clubs. Work it. Spade. I'll hit the Fibonacci. It's just a question of what's going to be the most next one it's going to kill. I want to hold on to that if it's not the same one. Spade, spade, spade. Or I could bet on a reacher on a Fibonacci, but that multiplier is going to kill me. So I want spades. Close. All in. Failed. But I came damn near close. See what I get. Yep. I need to hold on and just play cards, get rid of them. Oh. Oh, so it's randomized of which one is disabled. Okay, I thought it was just going to start going down one time. Close. It's not so bad. It's there. that 6 out while I'm at it. Gone. There we go. Let's see how long I can keep it going. Yoink. Add pardon. Appears to be what's going to most happen most often. Every time a planet card is used. Strengths give. Kind of pulls off the Fibonacci, but it's only partial. It would emphasize 3s and 5. No, because that's worth more than I think it's going. The bonus is just gonna. So let's. Yep. Give me some more of that money. Oh, Rick. Yes. Who do I get rid of? Now let's give me an extra poker slot. That's a times a multiplier. Fortunately, Space Joker. Let's go. Times 6 multiplier. Chance of that. Ooh. Let's see if I can. Let's see. This one into the part on the right. Look at the club suite. What I want to do is start pulling cards. See, turn the left card into the right card. Ow, go. Could have used it, doy. Oh well. Run's over. I'm doomed. Full house. Holy. I want to re-trigger. If I go with a 5, I'm more likely to get something that'll re-trigger. 3, 4, but I want a 2, 3, or a 5. Realistically. We'll grab the 4 because it'll also do a re-trigger. Do that. Grab it. See what we get. Next. Nothing in here is spade. play that and get him out. Grab some of those extra 10s I got running around and we got tarot card, steel, I have the ones I want there to use. Fine. Ooh. Damn it. It'll trigger off the Fibonacci, but it won't trigger off that, so. All face cutter debuffed. Cool. Left card into the right card. I remember having a run, a different account, personal use account. Oh, nice. Where yoink. Had a thing built off of 2s. So every time a 2 got used, one of the jokers would increase the number of chips that get added to the count. And then I started grab another one that duplicated 2, so I just started stacking 2s over and over and over and over again. Kind of hilarious. I think 3 of a kind up there. That's a multiplier, holographic. A holographic 5. Oh no, that's always a fun one to get. Damn it. All right, never mind. Sweet. I guess I just need to turn that to that. It's 3 of a kind. Full house it. Setting up. Pivot. Yep, there we go. Flush. Add in another card. You know what? Sure. Get that. And then I just get it, discard it. sweep him out of the head. There we are. What? Oh, boy. What with the Fibonacci? What is it gonna be? Damn. Love it. Holy shit. Never thought I'd see a score that high. 4.218 mil. Our gas got it. Alright, we want it there. We want this one ahead of that one. Actually, no. Hold on, I want it further along. Oh, when scored. So it's going to happen either way at the beginning of the set. Damn. Give me 2 to you. Let's see. Spades increase rank by 1. First of all. Yum. Twos and threes will trigger. So 2, 3, and 5 are those combos that I can hit that. Oh. See, that's like a. Funny possible Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune. Oh. Base chips and multiplier halved. What is my... Ooh. It's a heart sweet. Okay, of these two. Can I get another? That 5. But that's multiplier. Run, flush it out. I don't want to spend it on that. I'll turn that jack into that. Sweep him out. It's not going to do me any good. Okay, let's just clean out the hand there. Okay, here we are. Here we go. Give me a 2 pair. Excellent. Sure, why not? Does nothing. Don't hit me. It's clearing some of these physical ones. Oh, yes. I could run that with the Fibonacci sequence and focus on aces entirely. That wouldn't work for it. The re-trigger is powerful. Score 7.2 mil. Sweep it out. All right, clean out the 3 of a kind just to get it out. Here we go. Only halfway there. Sweep it. Sweep it again. Full house. $7.153 on the score. Ooh. Oh, there's a good think about. That's a negative. I mean, that fills its own slot. It won't do me any good to toss it. Damn. And that also gives an extra slot, so getting rid of it doesn't do me any good. Why not? Let's see if I get a negative space here. Oh. Grab a spare 3. Next round. 10.8 mil. And 4 of a kind. Sweep it. Sweep it again. One clubs in this run. So many hands left. Now I want a Fibonacci for this. Let's sweep it out. Nope. No. No. Where's in the way of... Okay. Still got some 3s left. 2 3s, a pair of 2s. I've already got 1 2 out here, I think. Yeah. See what I get. Probably not gonna make it on this one. It's probably gonna be the run that kills me. Oh, discard 2. Oh, and I'm out of discards. Damn it. Let's clear them out. Yep. Still. Man. Hell of a high score. Each played 9 of hearts gives 2. Oh, card changes it around. Okay. Like bonus there. How am I gonna build off that? Early boost? I'll take that. Yeah, let's just clear. And clear the hand. There we go. That'll give me some money. Yum. I do this. Now I do this. Art cards are debuffed. Why not? Let's just play it. Let's see. Run a full house. Fill the space. Able to grab don't know what it does, but I'll buy it. Start using them on. That instead. Okay, incompatible. Lost 3 hands and lose all. Nah. Yoink. Drop that. Multi or extra. Let's run extra chips. Let's see, high card, full house. 2 pairs is gonna be more common. Yum. Let's sell that. Do want to get out of this. Check with 0 discards. Reroll that. Damn. After each hand played, I am actually going to discard down that way. 9, 6, 7, 6. Get that moved up. Yoink. Let's see what we get. Lucky card. Don't have very many lucky cards. It's not built towards it. Albuquerque. The reason being is I want to start. I can get. Alright, I can start doing 5 cards, so it doesn't have to. 7, 6, 5. Damn it, no 4. Get on either side. That's a 2 and 1. Now let's just clear it. Okay. Joker Terror plays special cards may appear multiple times. Alright. About time to get that. Hee. Darn. Face cards are drawn face down. Okay. I can. Nope, take another ace. Let's see, 98765. One, yes. Yes. It's random. Enhances. It's left and to the right. Just clear it. Hmm, 35 times 4 or 30 times 3, but I get all aces. Let's try dumping that. Yeah. Ooh, hello. Why not? Oh, ooh. Move that, because then I can discard. Same for you. That's doable. So, no. Let's clear those out. Ooh, twice. Damn it, lost the glass card. Can I get 5? Close enough. It'll work. Hello. 5 of 8. Fine. Hmm. No, let's get that. Played hand for this run. Could use the money. Don't have any terrible cards. Let's do that. Let's get the flush level up. Okay, it didn't really happen, but we praised all. Full house. Seven. Go. Oh, that close to making it. Come on. There you go. Whew. Almost bought the barn on that one. Yes, I will grab that. Let's see what comes out of the buffoon. Gains 0.2 multiplier per consecutive hand played without playing your most played poker hand. What is my most played poker hand? 2 pair. This would force to run other ones. You lose that the moment you break the. Where's it down constantly? My God. That's trying to grab a steel, grab a steel. Maybe a quick. Nope. Okay. Ace card's debuffed. I'm okay with that. Left card into the right card. Now let's use this one. Card into right card. Then discard down a bit. 3 of a kind, roll that, pull that out. There we are. Hello, 5 of a behind with a steel card in hand. Two pair. And let's just get the jack out of there. A script bot. Ace and a straight. Every time a playing card is added to your deck. Huh. That's not doing much good. This could be useful. Just in case. Okay, let's see if we get done with this. Okay. Haven't cards debuffed? I can work with. Sweep you out. Yoink. Okay. Let's play up pair, two pair. Another. And let's get that 2 out. Hands appear to a lucky. Yoink. Straight flush. Start building up some of these other ones. I'm gonna have more of a chance for that the more of these aces I've got in my deck. 3 and no guarantee I'll be able to use it. And then discarding. There we go. Hell yes. Discard down. Let's see if I can get a chance at working the full house up. Didn't go off. All right. Play card with odd rank. Damn it. This one isn't necessarily worth that anyway. Let's see. Hold on. Trying to get out of this. Left into right. Oh, wait. No. I want because I can bring that up. But I can do this. So left card into right card. Give me another ace. I'm primarily playing for that. I need. Okay. To that. Get that out of my hand. Move you further up in the order. Again. Actually, further. Want that to go off first. This to go off last. Plenty of room to. Let's hold up. Rest. Ooh, that's useful. Do that. Free and fun now. Let's do 2 pair clean out. There you go. Got me a full house. Aim with multiples. Full house. Let's see this. Yeah, flush isn't gonna score. Ooh, upgraded. That worked. Atrial And abilities. Pulling up some of my lower planets here. Yeah. Odd Todd. How could you? Abstract Joker. Dump that. Play that hand. Clear it. Almost there. Okay. It's a random Joker card. Gotta have room. Oh, alright. Another. Use. Discard down. Well. Ooh, and leveled up 5 of the kind. This deck barely scraped by. I am not going to be able to make it that very far, but let's see what I can get. Oh. Choose 2. This round. Let's see what where I can get though. Hello. That worked. I want that tarot card though. Increases by 1? Hell yes. That's what I've been waiting for. Two new aces. Clear those out then. Ooh, take. Hey. I don't want to create. I want to create a flush. Or a full house. I get it. There we go. Grab me a 2-pair. There we go. Ooh. Make flush is a lot easier. That's a hard one to decide. Like, flush is a hell of a lot easier, but that hearts and diamonds, spades and clubs. Hmm. Get another multiplier. Let's get another multiplier. Yoink. Give me your planets. Why not? Discard, lose, discard, draw 3 cards. Ooh. Full house. So, pause. 1. Here we go. Pause. And again. I'm not going to get another opportunity for this. Burn, baby, burn. Disco and burn. Ooh, extra hand. Now I have 6 hands. I have become Shiva, destroyer of Balatro. Pick one. Add a polychrome or double the money. It's worth a try. Yep. Yeah, all right. Magician enhance 2 lucky cards. Doing that. Five of a kind. Ooh, and it went up a level. Let's play a hand. Clear things out. And hoping I don't get another arrow card. Discard. Go. Shucks. How many more do I? Bunch more. So let's discard a set. That's not particularly useful for this. Should have played that card to go with it. $1? Quick. Another discardable. Get some of the lower ones. It's round. Okay. Discard down. Use it. Excellent. Way out of hand. Then discard down. Go down again. Here we go. More of a kind. Plus a stone card. Okay, better run out of discards, so I gotta start holding on. Here. Check and use. Oh, well, that was my discard. I meant to play that, but okay. I'm a full house with this one. Got a few more hands. This, and this gives me a flush. I can clear out more. More hands. Let's see. Here, I don't have enough to run up. Damn. Let's just clear out with a pair here. Okay. There's an okay shot. It's the last hand play. See if that'll rescue it. Nope. Nope. Almost 10 o'clock, so. Ooh. Next deck. Sell life all of their own jokers to the multiplier. Okay. Special cards. Okay, Spectrals of Pure Arcana packs. The final hand. Huh. Hey. Beat a boss blind with eye card. Jeez. Damn. Okay. So, yeah, definitely time to head on to bed. Okay. Well, that's been a fun run. Someone actually came by and actually chatted with me. So, a couple of things. Let's start with, just as before, one, thank you for the anonymous gifter for the gift sub. Has no ID. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you for the follows as well to I Has No ID and Parker Solem Sevier. So, And thank you for everyone who has come by and watched. So I kind of wish more people would chat, take part in the conversation. Parker was kind of holding the entire conversation with me on his own. Everyone else kind of chimed in. So, all right. So Myst 3 is done, and I have found that Myst 4 is going to be a pain. So I got to look up some stuff to see about what's going to take to get that roll. I may play that tomorrow just to continue to move stuff along because I've got a number of games to go through. But if not tomorrow, then I will definitely be on Friday, probably continuing Ghost of Tsushima. If I don't stream tomorrow, I'll probably be working on Background Quest for Ghost of Tsushima just to clear that kind of stuff out. So we have more time to get to the actual side questing and actual story. That kind of. Otherwise, I will be distracted by all the shinies on the map. Yes, the tag is there for a reason. Easily distracted by, could be something useful. I'm going to grab it. And yes, it's shiny. So, yeah. It would be good to get some more feedback, such as game volume, eye volume. If you think I'm reading the in-game books or uh, novelettes out loud, if you don't think I should be doing that, or you think I'm doing it too well and I'm haunting your dreams or nightmares, I mean, you gotta work with me here. I can listen and say, ugh, I don't sound great, but then it could be 100 other people going, no, 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 keep going. So, okay. At this point, I'm going to wish everyone a good night. Again, thank you for coming by. I will see you next time, tomorrow or Friday. Have a good night.